Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Oh. Hello.
Well, there's no intro for this one. Hello and welcome to eRacing GP Endurance Edition 2023. My name is Ayman Azir, alongside me is Damon Tam, aka Shocks, and we're here for the final round of the 2023 season here at the Circuit de Spa Francorchamps. Damon, based on what we've seen so far this season, are you excited to see the championship conclusion come to a great crescendo here?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a banger. We've got a long one ahead of us today. Of course, this being the final round at Circuit Spa Francorchamps. 8 hours we'll be racing here on this track here, so that means a few of our drivers gonna have. It's actually gonna be an actual test of endurance for some of these drivers.
Indeed, and we'll go now to the housekeeping to get out of the way. Let's just start with the calendar first of how everything goes, as that's on cue. That was very brilliant. That falls in the background, but here it is. The Circuit de Spa Francorchamps is the final round of the season after going through several countries and a few continents along the way. From Europe to Australasia to the southern African continent, and then to North America, and now back to Europe for the final round of the season, with the previous winners being the Amigos Racing Team number 44 car in Pro and Pro-Am, Apex Racing Brunei, their first win of the season. So both teams having their first wins of the season, but the second of those, the latter, will be definitely celebrating with that one.
Yeah, and now as we head back to the circuit, of course, what better way to cap off the Endurance Edition than with one of the best racing tracks I think the world has ever seen. Of course, Circuit Spa Francorchamps, very long track, very technical, very fast as well.
Absolutely, and several iconic corners, including, of course, Rouge and Radion, Double Gauche, aka Puhon, and, of course, Blanchimont. That's a fast left-hander that heads back into the final sector. Now, we're going to go through the standings first before we go to the qualifying. Here are the standings coming into the round, but there's a bit of caveat as we're going to go into after this. JMX Phantom, 9 points ahead of MPRGP, and Stratos Motorsport in third. But if we flip it on his head, this is what it looks like when the drop scores are counted for.
Yeah, MPRGP actually heading the lead by just 1 point over GMX Phantom. So this race is still all to play for these teams right now.
Absolutely. And it's the same story as well in the Pro-Am category as we go to, well, this is actually the results of the previous one. We'll actually go to the standings in Pro-Am. There we go. There it is. The standings coming to this round. Team Techno in front of APX Racing Brunei by 3 points, with Passionate Racing 15 points behind. But again, just like the Pro category, flip the script on its head. This is what it looks like. And it's a 5-point advantage to Apex Racing Brunei. And these drop scores will count coming into the final round of the season, because it is a 50% points on offers. So that's why the first 4 rounds of the season is actually quite important, and the last one ultra important to actually get a good race.
Yeah, so the important thing is that you have to be able to stay consistent through all 5 rounds, and we've been racing for a long time for this particular season, over 5 months, 1 month per race. As now we're going to go over to the track itself, where all the cars are right now on track, ready for practice, ready for qualifying, getting themselves prepared mentally and physically because we are in for a long one, folks. Now, specifically to this race, the broadcast itself, I mean us in particular, will only be here until about 2 p.m. and then we'll come back for the closer around 6 or 6:30 around that time. So in the meantime, all you have to keep you company for the rest of the time is the beautiful sound of these GT3 cars.
Yep. And qualifying is intense as well. Look at that. Top three separated by 700ths of a second. First, Russell Reyes for JMX Phantom. Second, Paul Britt, if we're watching right now, the Laundry House car. And third is Naki Bazlan for the Stratos Motorsports team car. So these guys are actually battling for the title. Well, first and third anyway. Second is a bit of a non-factor at this point in time. But they look forward to having a good qualifying session here.
Yeah, and the important thing is that you have to be sure that you're consistently fast throughout these, because over the course of a long track, you definitely have to make sure every sector you do is a fast one. And in the case of Spa itself, there's a lot of sectors that can and will trip you up if you're not paying attention for long periods of time. You see Paul Britt here in the Laundry House McLaren, another beautiful rust bucket livery that we've seen here so far. So we go over to the rest of the crew right now. We can see, of course, we have another McLaren on the grid here, driven by, I believe it's Nakib Aslan right now in the pits. So I think he's pretty much done with qualifying. So we only got a few more cars on track now as we're wrapping this up. Qualifying ends in about 5 seconds time. And, well, I guess the results speak for themselves right now. We're gonna have really good starting positions for some of these drivers.
Yeah, look at that. Paul Britt with pole position. That is something that's written up for the books. That's a brilliant lap towards the end of qualifying. About a 10th faster than Russell Reyes, and Reyes actually couldn't improve on that one. With Naki Bazlan likewise a further 2 tenths behind Reyes. So the Laundry House team looks as though they want to actually end the season off on a high despite not being able to claim the championship title. They'll be ones to watch out for in the race, as we are probably going to get inclement weather coming in after this. We heard that it's going to be very stormy, so watch out for the sunny skies turning grey after this. As Damon, you're gonna be commentating alongside here. We're gonna actually jump back into the in-game, and magically I'll actually be driving in the car after this.
Why'd you spoil the surprise for them? They're not supposed to know that early on, man. You should have been like, and now I cut to Ammo on track in the Blue Steel Racing car, and he's going to be commentating while he's driving, which is a fantastic task for you in particular. But now we've spoiled the surprise, so
Nah, not really. I'm still working out whether or not it is possible to start right now, because at this point in time, we might as well just go for it. Anyway.
Okay, we still got a few cars on track right now. Of course, Roy Ripperip is still there in the middle of his lap. Taufik Muin is also there, almost done with his lap. So is Dharma. This will be the last lap for a lot of these drivers, of course, as they return to the pits. We got about 3 minutes before race start, it looks like, as we can go over on board with Roy Ripperip on his lap right now. So yeah, Ammo, why don't you walk us through this?
Actually, no, he's going to cross the line right now.
He is already crossing the line now.
So he's about 4 tenths faster. He's going to go a few positions up as he crosses the line now, and he goes up to P14. So that is qualifying done and dusted. That was actually quite a stonking lap from him, in his humble opinion, to be up closer to the rest of the pro class. But what's for sure, it is going to be quite a tough race for some of these guys who are starting way further behind compared to the others.
Yeah, and again, as I mentioned before, long track makes it very easy to be able to make mistakes. I mean, the other time that we've seen a pretty long track, almost comparable in length to this one, is Kailami, which is about 2 kilometers shorter than this track in particular.
Yes, in fact, this is the longest track on the calendar and the longest track in Assetto Corsa Competizione, so that's why we're going to have a bit of a difference in terms of circuit length. This field being more spread out. At least we hope that it's not going to be having an accident that's unwanted, but easier said than done when a lot of drivers go plowing to the first corner here, as we are now going to start it.
Okay, anything before we cap off right now? A lot of things that we were looking forward to. Last race, of course, we saw the Aslan twins go with a gamble of a pit strat that didn't quite work out for them. Of course, undercutting by pitting early on to get more fuel. and then switching in for the rain tires after bringing up the gap. Of course, they ended up swapping just about a lap too early before the weather came in, so their tires were pretty much shot when it actually started raining. We don't exactly know when the weather will change on this track, of course. Predictions can always be false. For Watkins Glen, I think it was like 2.5 hours before it actually started raining.
And it was straight through the back end, towards the back end of the race, wasn't it? It was surprising for us that it happened, but really sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles, doesn't it?
Yeah, and well, double the race length means potentially more opportunities for things to go wrong or things to go right, depending on which side of the coin you flip, of course. We're going to head over to the grid right now. All the cars are getting ready.
Yep, they're getting ready to go now. We're going to go through some shots here of drivers in different spots of the grid. This is the view at the front of the grid for Paul Britt. He is having the whole view of Eau Rouge and Radion to go through. Let's see the other drivers on board, whether or not we can get them. We'll just go conversely from the front to the back. And incidentally, Taufik Moyen is right at the back here, so he really is having a hard time of it. There's a look of him on the side. But that's the view from his onboard to the start-finish line. And remember, this is where the start of the race begins, but the finish line is way back where the Grand Prix section starts.
Of course, a lot of things to look out for here. A lot of points on the line. A lot of drivers going to be shooting for gold, as they say. We'll come out here to the beginning of the parade lap, I would say.
Yeah, we're focusing on the championship elect drivers or crews. In this particular case, is Apex Racing Brunei starting P10. That's actually quite high up than they really love to. They're although starting 4th in class because the MPRGP 3 car is right in front of them in P6. So we're having 2 races, of course. The overall with Pro and Am in between.
Yep.
So 4th place for the number 333 Apex Racing Brunei Mercedes. The other team that we're looking out for, which was the number 77, which is the Team Techno car. That's being driven currently by Fali Rahman. That's actually one of the crucial guys to look out for because he actually drove this season and won a race in the Pro category, but decided to jump to Team Techno for this particular race. And looks as though they managed to get it in a really fast driver to help them out.
Yeah, and they seem to be in a pretty good spot as well. They're pretty high up in the standings. They did win the last race, of course, in the say Pro-Am category. So, what are you looking for, Abo?
I'm looking for hopefully a clean start, but again, these are drivers who are fighting for the championship, so some of them can get quite desperate, especially that with a few points on the line right now, and more points on the line right now. This would become very important for teams to get a good start.
Okay, it's going to be a bit of a time before the parade lap starts. Of course, we're going to be looking for a lot of potential comebacks, upsets, whatever will work out for these drivers. 8 hours we're going to be here. Well, we're not going to be here for that long. I mean, we need our breaks as well.
Yes, indeed. And it's going to be quite treacherous for the drivers on the track, especially when there is the weather to play with, you know.
Yeah, and then again with the weather, of course, I think visibility on this track in particular is a lot more threatening than, let's say, Watkins Glen, because this track is a lot more technical. There's a lot of things you might miss out, a lot of tightening bends, a lot of sharp corners, and a really long straight that ends in a chicane. So these drivers going to have to be really careful, and they'll be fine in the beginning, but of course as the race progresses on, while these drivers swap out, they're going to end up in a position where there could be a crucial mistake that happens.
And keep in mind that there's not just one driver per car, there's 3 or even up to 4 drivers sometimes. So that's how it really is sometimes with endurance racing. You got different drivers in the car at one point. You gotta have to work with them, and if they're not comfortable with the car, they're gonna really compromise the stint for the other drivers, especially if an accident were to happen. But that's not such a problem for the guys in front, because you can tell these guys come well prepared. And it
Yeah.
showed, especially in qualifying, how fast times were set by, for example, Paul Britt in the Laundry House car.
Yeah, of course. And qualifying pace aside, it is a matter of consistency. Every driver has to be able to put their best foot forward. Because it's good. I lost my train of thought there for a second. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, regarding the cars themselves. Okay, an accident. If an accident were to occur, it could be catastrophic to these drivers because, of course, damage is going to be a big factor in how fast you can actually take the car. As they're about to come out to the start of the race here, why don't you lead us off, Amu?
Yep, indeed, Damon. So, coming up to the final corner, then the field bunches up behind, as it looks like clear skies at the moment. Track is not optimal, so it's going to be quite dangerous coming up to this to Eau Rouge and Radion. I was going to say La Source, but I remember you have to remember this is not where the race starts. The race starts further behind where we are looking right now, so that's where it's going to become a huge choke point if we're going to use a shooter reference. So then, the rustic car of Paul Britt, Laundry House. On row number 1, right beside him is Russell Reyes, championship elect as well. He is leading the championship, in fact, with the JMX Phantom team. MPRGP number 1, car number 2, in fact, is starting in P4, right beside Naki Bazlan in P3. AR Muhammad Alif, again, another outlier in the championship fight. He is not going to be a factor, but he would love to end the season off on a high, given the fact that both he and his brother Muhammad Tasbi won last time out at Watkins Glen. So, the field is coming around La Source onto the start-finish straight for the endurance layout, waiting for the green light flag to fly. We're going to see whether or not it's going to be a clean start. It should be, because it's a clear day. No such weather abnormalities coming up. And there's the green flag. We're off for the final time this season in 2023. Paul Britt gets a good start coming up to Eau Rouge and Radion. Reyes gives a lot of room as they come up. Radion now. It looks like it's going to be very close here up the back. It looks as though the field have gone away cleanly at the start of this race. That's a very close battle between the two Indonesian-based teams, JMX Phantom and MPRGP. There is Russell Reyes going right the outside. Ristofani in the MPRGP car goes with him as they come up to Lake Cove for the first time. It looks as though all 28 cars that we have here today, 24 in fact, have gone through safely. A guy goes off into Lake Cove that cuts across, but I think, Damon, everyone got through there safely.
Yeah, great start to the race for everyone here. No unwanted incidents, except, of course, I think there was one car right in the back that did end up just crashing out a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Gurniawan having to drop out for a bit from the back of the pack. Luckily, it is the start of the race. They'll have a lot of time to catch up.
Indeed, and especially for Korea 1 in the second of the Bigo Racing cars, number 696, their sister car is number 69. They are in the same class, so at least they don't have to worry about being in the overall standings up in front. They will just want to get it over with in the Pro-Am category. Still plenty more time to go in this 8-hour race.
Yeah, and Clapano right now leading the Pro-Am class in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. 6th place overall, holding on to that lead pretty well. But of course, the battle that we're definitely looking forward to is the battle between top 3, top 4 right now, as Alif here in the Ferrari would like to play spoiler to the rest of the pack that are trying to get the points to stay ahead.
Indeed, and we go jump around a few cameras to see it. There is the driver in mind. In fact, he has actually gained a position from qualifying. He's in front of Naqib Aslan. So Naqib in the McLaren, Alif in the Ferrari, different cars, but different points in the championship as well. Naqib goes on the inside, Alif sees him coming, opens up the door, and that compromises him as well as drivers immediately behind, because look at that, it caused a bit of a traffic jam coming to the final corner, and some drivers benefited from others. Oh, Java Sim car spinning.
Yeah, I think there might have been a little bit of contact there near the end of that chicane.
Yeah, I can't find who was that particular car. Might have been involved in that particular melee. In fact, it is a car that got spotted out. It's Sharik Zulkar 9 in the Blue Steel Racing car. So, unfortunately for him, he has to... in fact, there's a bit of a damage on the side of the car, so he can keep it clean there. But luckily, not too much untoward. He is still in this race, albeit a few positions behind. As a further up in there, there's a big accident. And Randa Hafaz in the Java Sim car is right at the back here. He's waiting for the others to come through. Very good driving from Randa, and lets the field go through, but he is right at the back.
Yeah, his position's going to be compromised. I wonder what happened if we can get a replay on that, as I think he may have overcooked it coming up to Eau Rouge, and now back to the camera straight. Yeah, you can see here he's coming out. He hit the curbs there, and then he just loses the back of it.
Yep, and into the barriers he goes for good measure. So unfortunately, that is gonna put paid to his stint. At least it's not gonna be too bad, of course. That is still about 7 hours and 50 plus minutes left to go, but he is right at the back of this field, and now he's gonna have to play recovery a lot. Actually, a lot of damage. On the
Yeah,
front.
a lot of damage on the front. That's going to affect his aerodynamics and even affect his lap time. It might leave him vulnerable to even more accidents in the future because of the condition of the car right now. Quick reminder, all these drivers can do a maximum of 70 minutes per stint. They have to pit for a driver change after that. If you don't, penalties, of course. But it is still quite early on in the race. We're only about 4 minutes in, so there could be all the time in the world right now for you to capitalize on other people's mistakes.
Certainly, and one guy who's going to try to capitalize on a mistake is Russell Reyes. He's only about 0.3 of a second behind Paul Britt here, coming into Blanc-Chimon, into the formerly bus stop chicane, but it's just now called the chicane. So it's not much of a bus stop anymore. But back when the track was a public road circuit / racetrack, that was a proper bus stop. Now then, out of the final corner, onto the start-finish straight to start lap number 3. It looks as though Reyes is actually putting a lot of pressure. 2 tenths faster that time around and fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, and for par for the course right now, the battles that early on are the ones that are going to take the most toll, the biggest toll on a driver's fortitude and mental endurance, of course. Having to fight for your position so early on in the race can put a lot of pressure on these drivers. Looks like these drivers are handling it quite well. Coming out to Eau Rouge now, beautiful line through there by Paul Britt.
Absolutely, but will it be enough to actually stay ahead? I think it might just be able... He may just be able to just about coming into Lake Combe. Looks as though you got a good line coming out of La Source. As you can see, La Source is such an important corner. You carry the speed all the way through Original Radion and all the way to Lake Combe. So that's why he tried to prioritize at the exit, and that paid dividends. But through the mid part here, this is where the BMW seems to excel.
Yeah, BMW has been a very powerful car throughout our entire season here. Not too exceptional, but a jack of all trades is quite honestly a very nice trait to have in a car. As you can see, the BMW here still hounding the back of the McLaren right now.
And you can hear that he is going full pelt. The lovely meaty sound of that BMW V8 engine. Sounds a bit American in its sound design, but you can tell it's full German engineering underneath.
Oh yeah, you can tell the difference between American and German V8s. German V8s have that really nice low rumble. They don't rev as high. They rev a bit higher than the American V8s, but they don't carry their tone throughout most of the rev range. V8s in America, they tend to be very heavy, very low and grumbly. I feel like they've got a lot of torque, but don't actually generate that much power. If we look at muscle cars from the 60, of course, we are in 2023 right now, and these BMWs, they generate a lot of power.
Absolutely, and they've been quite possibly the car of choice for the season because a lot of teams have gone for BMW. But having said that, there's a good smorgasbord of manufacturers still involved in this championship, and it looks as though that once again the BOP being used for this one is really good because look at this. Top 3 different manufacturers. Yes, the Ferrari is a bit of an outlier. In fact, Leaf has been overtaken by Naqib, and Alexis Calpano is really high up there.
Yeah.
He's running for the Pro-Am category, but the Ferrari is still pretty much a decent car. Has had success in the hands of course, incidentally, Alif in the Amigos Racing number 44 car, but the McLaren, the BMW, all have had wins throughout this entire season. So even in the Pro-Am category, we've seen wins. So shows the BOP is quite balanced.
Yeah, and there's a lot of McLarens on this particular race. There wasn't really that many last race when we were doing it. I think that's showed that the McLaren does have quite a bit of an advantage on these corners. Well, I wouldn't say advantage. I mean, it does seem like it might be the better car for the job. Of course, Ferrari being quite short wheelbase might be a little bit twitchy around some of these more slow corners. And McLaren itself be able to carry a lot of speed. Of course, I'm just spitballing right now. A lot of this is all up to driver skill.
Absolutely, and also the fact that certain cars favor certain tracks. Like for example, the McLaren is actually the car of choice at Spa, so that's why we've seen an increase in uptake in the McLaren. As you can see, Reyes digs onto the inside behind the McLaren of Paul Britt. It looks as though Britt may not have the best of race pace compared to his quali pace, but It looks as though he's still managing to stay ahead, only for the time being, but the more that these guys battle, the more that they actually at least keep the drivers behind in play.
Yeah, and what Paul Britt is doing right now isn't really trying to up his pace. He's trying to control Reyes' pace to make sure he doesn't step too far out of line, make sure he'll be able to react to whatever Reyes is doing right now. And this battle in particular is going to be more detrimental to them than it is going to be to the other drivers, because they'll be wearing down their tires more, they'll be more aggressive with their throttle and brake inputs. You might experience a bit more wear and tear.
Well, he's not thinking about that right now. He's thinking about to get ahead immediately, and Britt actually defends onto the inside. Reyes thinks once again, does Britt get it stopped in time? Yes, he does, just about, but that will probably just compromise a bit because he had to go very narrow coming to the final corner. But it looks as though the exit of the McLaren once again comes to his rescue, and he stays at least 3/10 to 4/10 ahead coming to the next lap.
Yeah, and this is the power of mid-engine cars. If once you get that grip from the tires, you can just dig in the throttle and you just have a better launch because of how weight transfer works. Ristofani taking advantage of the battle between these two cars. The gap between him and the top two are not that big right now as they're coming out to Eau Rouge into the Camel Straight again. Ooh, I think Reyes may have slipped a little bit coming off the top of Eau Rouge there.
Indeed he has, but it looks as though he only lost about a tenth of a second coming up to that one. So, in fact, 2/10, so 6/10 between the McLaren and the BMW for the time being.
Yeah.
But again, it's just that the BMW is so good through the wiggly bits in the mid-sector. That's where Reyes and Ristofani make up most of their time against Britt. While Britt is banking on the straight to come on as we have a yellow flag here, as it looks as though a few drivers are involved, and that's a big one. A second of the Java Sim cars has been involved in an accident, and the other Indonesian team of Bigo have also been clattered.
Yeah,
so
it looks like a big crash. We're gonna have to go back to a replay and just see what happened there. Look, the cars are fine now. They're coming out to Eau Rouge. This particular corner has been trapped there. Ooh, bit of contact there, slipping off, and then ooh.
And the Circle car, that's
Yeah.
the number 242. That's also fighting for the championship. There's Sharik Zulkarnain coming through safely. But, wow, big accident there. And it looks as though the Circle car has actually parked it.
He's out.
No, he might be in the pits just waiting to get a fresh car, but
Yeah.
that has actually hurt his chances of getting good points here.
Yeah, and it seems, as of right now, 10 minutes into the race, Eau Rouge has already claimed 4 victims.
Two separate accidents,
Yeah.
4 victims. So that actually is evident of why that corner is quite dangerous.
Yeah.
But it might also be the fact that these guys probably had a setup with the wet track in mind, and we're gonna have a very wet track.
Yeah, that's gonna be a thing. We could see, of course, some of these cars are trying to take it with as much throttle as they can. Some of them are letting off near the top because they don't want to screw up their line coming out into the Camel Straight, and that's understandable. But of course, there will be a conflict there as we find here P9 Darryl Brady fighting with Azza and Wafik Priyanata right now for that P9 slot, I think.
Yes, and Azza, of course, is fighting for the championship, and he'll be happy to know that his immediate championship rival is right behind. So Fali Rahmat hasn't had the best of starts that he would have actually wanted, especially given how the prowess of talent that he has under his locker. It's just that he hasn't been able to go full well because qualifying was a bit of a disaster for that ERS team, Techno team. So they just want to get this over with quickly, this particular stint. Probably get up to the back of the championship rivals in due time, but in terms of starts, probably he'll try to get over that pretty quickly.
Yeah, and if I noticed correctly, you can actually cut quite a bit onto the inside of Eau Rouge coming into the back straight right now. You can put almost all 4 tires past the white line into the curb, and it doesn't really constitute. It counts as you staying within track limits. So I'm kind of like curious as to what exactly the track limits are like, especially in that particular sector.
Yes, and actually on the top of Eau Rouge and Radeon, especially Radeon, you
Yeah.
can cut across in the wets because it doesn't count as a track limit apparently, because I know I've actually done that before during wet races in Spa.
So the
You
track
can just cut
limits
through.
change, like, depending on the weather?
Kind of. It's kind of incidental that they do that, but it does work. And if you try it for yourself in a wet race, you just streamline across. Not complete over the top,
Yeah.
but you just get at least 2 wheels over the curb at the top of Radeon, you can actually get through.
I mean, if it starts turning wet, I just park the car and go home. That's just me. These drivers were going to have to contend with driving in the wet. Of course, we don't know when the weather is coming. Of course, the prediction model for us is that thing you see, that icon you see on the top right there, showing you what the weather is going to be like for the next 30 minutes or so. And as you can see right now, it's still quite cloudy.
Slightly overcast, but still pretty sunny. You can see that the ray of sunshine is beaming all over the trackside objects, creating a shadow. So you can tell there's still a bit of daylight here and sunshine over us, but the imminent weather clouds that are coming in, especially the dark clouds are coming above the horizon, they're coming pretty soon.
Yeah, and even worse if the rain doesn't come until it turns to night.
And that is much
Yeah,
bigger.
because
yeah.
if, let's say, it's dry and then it starts raining while there's still daylight on the track, you can slowly adjust your pace to match how fast you need to be in the wet. But if you have to adjust to both night driving and the rain at the same time, you're going to be overloaded with information. You have to be extra vigilant of what you're doing in the car, how the car's responding to your inputs. And that could trip a few people up.
Yeah, you can trip them, especially when they're not very careful in the areas where there's no light, because there's no floodlights at the spot.
Yeah, especially like in corners where you don't actually see the track despite your headlights. It's a bit of a, it's quite terrifying.
Absolutely, and it's quite a daunting prospect knowing the fact that we are gonna do a night transition after this.
Yeah.
And with the possibility of rain still coming, we can see the weather actually not inclementing just yet, but we're waiting for it to come. Maybe not now, but much later in the race. It will
Yeah,
be like-
you're not gonna be like us in round 4 at Watkins Glen, where we just keep looking at the weather icon and it was so sunny. It kept being sunny, and then it wasn't. Yeah, okay, and right now, so far, the gap between Drit and Reyes, we're still watching them, by the way. The gap has extended quite a bit between these two cars. Roy Ripper here having a nice battle. I think that's Cristianto right behind. No,
No, that's
yeah, it's
Taufik,
Taufik
that's
Moin.
Taufik,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're competing right now for P14. Ooh, almost shutting the door there.
Yeah, very close between the two cars, the Audi and the Ferrari, of course. These guys have been with these cars for the entire season. Roy making a move, and that's for position in class as well. There's 10 cars in the pro category this time, and that is for crucial points coming to the end of the season.
Yeah, he has to stay within that position right now, otherwise he will. This is gonna be it for him. Of course, this is the final race, so after this, there's no more, and whatever position you score in, that's it. Not getting any more points. We've already declared the winner, but drivers don't give up, and drivers always go for a gap. So, you know, we just have to wait and see.
Yeah, drivers like Taufik, they're definitely not giving up. Look at that, he's right up to the back of Roy Rip, and this is a bit of a deja vu from Watkins Glen. He actually forced Rip into a mistake that time around. This time though, he had a slipstream to come back at him and overtake for position up to P15, P14 overall, but P7 in class, P6 in class.
And you can see, actually, I think Roy Ripper may have let off the throttle a little bit there, coming through Blanchimont. He did let off of the throttle a little bit in order to make sure he stays within track. And that gave Taufik Moin the opportunity to get past him right now.
Yeah,
but Roy Ripper is not giving up here, coming out to Eau Rouge, right on the tail of the Ferrari, driven by Taufik Moin now. You can hear the engine. He's gone almost flat near the top of Eau Rouge. They're going really heavy on the throttle, bouncing off the curb into the camel straight now. That might cost him, and now the battle might just be over already before it even starts.
And it is over because you can hear that Roy actually backed off completely. The Audi, I've known that this car doesn't really like to go up ultra ready on to begin with.
Yeah.
So it looks as though he had to back out of it completely and just prevent an accident.
Yep. Ooh, Vladi Malik here, right behind Harsono.
Teammates.
Yeah, teammates here, driving different cars. So again, we get to see the BMW versus McLaren, who reigns supreme on this track. Of course, McLarens and BMWs consistently making the top 5 right now. Alif still trying to catch up to Clepano, leading the Pro-Am class quite far ahead, quite substantially, I would say.
Yeah, and in fact, Clepano being about 6 seconds, I would say 6.2 seconds ahead of Marco Harsono. Harsono really hasn't been able to make any inroads, but probably because he's got AR Muhammad Ali right in front of him. So that's the reason why he is not able to actually catch up. So a fast guy against another fast guy is just evens himself out, as we have now a car in the pit lane. It looks as though Sharik Zulkarnain may have actually binned it for a second time because that is more substantial damage compared to the first accident. So unfortunately, that is the Blue Steel Racing car having another tough round here.
Yeah, and of course, didn't really have the best of races last race at Watkins Glen, of course, for an incident that we shan't mention on stream.
But better finishing position that time around. At least there was points on the card. This one, if he continues, he would still be able to score points.
Yeah.
But again, it's all a matter of keeping it together on track. And unfortunately for Sharik, he has parked it in the pit lane. And I don't know what happened there. We probably can't even get a replay of how he crashed.
Yeah.
By the way.
And consider the fact that we're still only 20 minutes in. Anything could happen right now as Rahmat is right behind Wafik Priyanata and Jasmine and Azza. This is a four-way battle now coming out to Oruj, letting Jasmine through.
And Priyanata, that's Rahmat behind Priyanata and gets the position away from his fellow countryman to go up to P13 in the race. But he's defending hard. Side by side on the grass they go. This is not on. And Priyanata somehow is still keeping the foot pinned in and does regain the position back. So Rahmat with a very hard defense there, and Priyanata equally with very hard offense.
Yeah, managing to keep traction, managing to keep hold of the car even with two wheels on the grass there. Priyanata actually had to give up the position Oruj because he let off on the throttle trying to avoid an incident. That gave Fadi Rahmat time and an opportunity for him to pounce. Ooh, Wafik Priyanata going a bit wide there. Yeah, that might not have been a mistake for him.
In fact, that was a mistake for him. He went completely wide. Rahmat senses an opportunity on the inside. Oh, that's very close for coming through Puhon. That was not a place that you normally get a move between cars anyway. You do not want to go two abreast coming there. That, luckily, was Rahmat having his racing hat on, just backed off.
Yeah, and race discipline is so important for these drivers. Of course, you don't want to end up being the one that knocks both drivers out of contention.
And speaking of drivers out of contention, this is drivers in contention here. Reyes on the outside this time. He actually had to run on Britt, but Britt with, again, stellar defending prevents the BMW from overtaking, and as a good double whammy onto Reyes, he actually lost momentum coming out of the final corner and loses that time that he gained in the slipstream.
Yeah, if that dive bomb had worked and he managed to pull out in front of Britt just before the left-hander of that chicane, he probably would have been able to hold that exit speed because he'd forced Britt to match his pace coming out of it, but ended up not making the pass happen. Ended up not having the greatest line out of the left-hander and now losing momentum, about 6/10 separating him and Reyes, but 6/10 separating Reyes and Ristafani right now.
Yep, and it's 1.2 seconds between the top three with Naki Baslan further behind watching brief here. So he's hoping that these three will knock each other out and the Stratos car actually will have an easy path to the championship. But again, easier said than done because these three guys up in front know how to race each other well, as evident right now how Reyes and Britt have gotten so close on already multiple occasions, but no accident happened. They are actually aware of each other's rears.
Yeah, and that's the thing about racing with people that you know, because these drivers have been facing off against each other for close to about 5 months now. That's how long the season has lasted. They know how every driver, how the drivers that they're competing against drive and are able to adapt to their styles and possibly even improve on themselves by learning how to adapt. I'm curious to see if the Aslam brothers might have another big gamble that they might pull out in this race particularly. We'll have to see later on, of course, as we come on to the in-car cam of Ristafani, just watching with eagle eyes as the two drivers in front, of course, Russell Reyes and Paul Britt, still maintaining their lead, still maintaining the gap between each other. We know Reyes is a really fast driver and he's been able to catch up at certain sectors of the track, but so far hasn't been able to make a pass happen yet.
Not yet, at least. The closest he had was coming alongside the previous lap against Paul Britt. This time round, he's further away, about 0.3 of a second further away. But Britt makes a mistake coming through the chicane, and that might present Reyes with a golden opportunity here. He's got a better run this time onto the start-finish straight, coming up to La Source. He's looking onto the inside. Where is he gonna go? Is he gonna go dink it, or is he gonna just wait it out? In fact, he's going for a dink. Half chance. but Brit is well averse to it as well and blocks the line coming into La Source. Once again, Brit didn't have to do much. He just had to mind his line.
Yeah, and that's what I mean by controlling the pace, because we already know Reyes is going to be faster on average per lap compared to Reyes. You can see here, compared to Brit. Of course, you can see here on the deltas right now, Brit didn't really get the fastest lap there, about 4/10 separating him and Reyes. The problem is that you're just not fast enough in the sectors that matter.
Indeed, and certainly the straight here from La Source all the way up to Lake Combe is where Brit is making up most of his time, and evidence is there that you can see it's 0.5 of a second between Brit and Reyes. That's the gap that you need to know coming up to the straight. But once they actually Constantina again close up, that's where Reyes has half a chance, but he just can't get by.
Yeah, and I think there might be another opportunity for them to show up later on, because, of course, they're coming up to a back marker. I'm not sure who that car is being driven by.
It's
but
Randa Hafas, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, okay, it might look it. Yeah, it might be.
Oh, it might be just the second of the two Javas.
Yeah, because you can see Omar Ali is in the pit right now. He's just not coming out yet. Yeah,
it's Randa Hafas.
Yeah, it's Randa Hafas in the Aston Martin in the Java Sim car. Again, coming out to back markers is quite a deadly target, because you have to pass them safely. You have to make sure they don't end up spoiling your race, and you still have to keep pace to keep the cars behind you in check. You can see Priyanata here still battling Rahmat for that P12 position right now, but Taufik Muin is right behind him.
And Taufik really is a driver that likes to hound people up in front. We saw just now how he's done Ripper twice in the space of 2 races, and this time he'll love to have another big scalp, because it's Fadli Rahmat right in front, a well-known driver in the sim racing circles and a serial competitor who's up against his fellow countryman Aliawafi Priyanata, who's doing a great job in defending his position. That will definitely frustrate Rahmat big time, and Taufik will definitely be lining one up here. We're going to go on board with Taufik now. Let's see where he's going to line one up onto the inside.
Yeah, so it seems the gap between them is not quite big right now, but they are coming up to, I think, another car there. Into the bus stop chicane. Sorry, the chicane. I keep calling it that.
Yeah, it's not the bus stop anymore, unfortunately. As coming up to the end of the lap for these guys. Yellow flag for a second, I think I saw on the top of the screen coming.
Okay. Alright, so we're looking at the boards right now.
Yep, coming up to the start of this race. Start of this next lap for quite a few drivers. It's close between Reyes and Ristofani. Reyes, Ristofani, and Paul Britt up in front. Still close between them.
Yeah, and Taufik Muin is letting off behind these 2 drivers right now, waiting for an opportunity to make something happen.
Yeah, we're going to jump back to us for a couple of seconds, because I think we need to deal with a slight issue with the game. But yeah, really fast racing up in front right now. There's still about a second in it between these guys up in front. Brit, Reyes, and Ristofani, with Nakib Aslan watching brief in P4. P5 is Alexis Clepano, and first in the Pro-Am category.
Yeah, it's only been half an hour. I just realized that we've only been doing this, and it's been quite intense so far right now. I mean, realistically speaking, of course, these drivers are going to be tired, as we're going to cut back to
yeah, there we have one of our background team behind the scenes keeping everything together. But yeah, it's quite dodgy right now that some penalties have been given, and it has been given to car number 11, the Javasim Esports Alpha car. As we need to go back to what happened up in front. There's a battle. The battle has been rescinded there. Unfortunately, we missed that particular one right now.
I think Reyes may have just went off slightly there and given. Ooh, actually no. He went off quite big.
In fact, we go back to the battle now for the first and second. There is We unfortunately missed that because we had to deal with the technical problems behind the scenes. But there it is. Reyes is up in front of Ristofani, and Paul Britt has dropped a few positions further behind.
I wonder if we can go back at least a minute to see whether or not that incident occurred.
We'll have to wait for that for a while because we need to look at the battle for this first. If it can be considered, Ristofani versus Reyes, Indonesian teams, but drivers are Filipino-Indonesian. Coming out to Lake Combe now. Around the outside goes Ristofani. Can he make it through? No, he can't. He actually has to wait for a while. Now we can actually go back to see a replay of what happened there to Paul Britt, in fact. So let's see what happened between these three. We have to go back a couple of minutes here. This is what happened between the both of them.
Yeah, okay, we're going to cut back to quite a little bit before that incident occurred right now. The battle between first place is still quite heated right now. Ooh, they're coming in. Ooh, yep.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, that's what happened.
Naughty there from Russell Reyes. He got really desperate to overtake, and that in turn caused Paul Britt, who has been doing such a great job up in front, to lose the initiative that he had initially to be seizing in the lead, and now he has to work it all the way again for P6. But the consolation for him is at least he didn't drop it completely all the way to the back and crash out the race, for example.
Luckily, I ended up in a position where there was tons of runoff. He had the ability to control the car before it spiraled out of control. But there definitely will be a steward's inquiry into that, I would say, considering the severity of that incident. But as of right now, we haven't issued one yet, so the battle between Reyes and Ristofani is still in session.
Indeed, and coming up now to the end of this lap number 13. Ristofani then will be licking his lips right now, knowing the fact that Reyes might just have the book thrown right in his way for that particular incident. He went onto the grass, had really nowhere to go up to that point, just had to use Paul Britt as a stopping marker. But again, that wasn't Britt's fault. He had every right to defend, but Reyes just came in full pelt and knocked him senselessly out of the way.
Yeah, but it doesn't pay to dwell on that. Of course, we have to wait for a steward's decision on this. But if you look closely at this top 3 battle, there is one car that is surprisingly quite close to them, and it's of course the green McLaren from Stratos Motorsports, driven by Nakib Aslan, I think.
Yeah, it is Nakib.
Oh, it's Nabil.
Nabil.
Yeah.
So yeah, unfortunately they didn't use the NQ or NB initials for their names this time, but it's Nabil who's driving, and Ristofani once again trying his luck coming out to Lake Combe. The BMW seem to prefer to overtake on the end of the straight here, Lake Combe, compared to the last corner in the chicane. But exiting out of Lake Combe into Malmedy, it looks as though Ristofani has to concede the position. And Nabil senses his chance right now onto the inside, coming up to Brussels. Does he make it stick on the inside? It's going to be another hit. It is a hit. Ristofani's been sent sliding a bit. And luckily there, that was a brilliant move for Nabil. But it's a bit argy-bargy though, and I think it might just be another steward's inquiry.
Ooh, that was a real slugfest of an overtake. I would say Nabil Aslan being extremely brave there, coming out to that overtake opportunity. Ristofani is probably not going to be too happy with that, but the consolation for that is he didn't lose too much. He didn't lose as much as, let's say, Paul Britt ended up losing earlier on. Of course, Nabil, you can see here in the replay, Nabil Aslan taking this opportunity. You can see that these two BMWs in front coming into Lake Combe ended up slowing down massively, giving Nabil Aslan the time to close the gap between them and then start the fight.
We lost the replay there, unfortunately. So that's a real shame that we had to go back to the battle there. But it's just a bump and run, isn't it? The old bump and run that the NASCAR style overtakes happen. That's where Nabil just seizes his opportunity. But I did say it was a brilliant move because he managed to make it stick. But it's also not very clean, unfortunately, for both parties involved.
Yeah, I mean, that also depends on the perspective of the driver, because maybe he shouldn't have blocked too much. There could be certain objections to whatever the steward's decision is. We haven't gotten a decision from the stewards yet. So as of right now, that pass is sticking. But in the case that both Reyes and Nabil Aslan end up serving penalties, Ristofani is pretty much on track to be in P1.
Yes, and Ristofani then, he had both opportunities to take the lead in this particular time, but he might be just biding his time. He's playing the long game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, long in this particular race is subjective. We're still only about 35 minutes into the race. We still got about 7.5 hours. So long might not be as long as you think. What is time anyway?
Time is, I would say, infinite.
Not in the context of this race.
Yeah,
no.
yeah. Time is infinite in the real sense of the universe and all that. But in terms of this particular race, it's finite. So they got still some time to actually make up some lost deficits, especially for the guys up in front. Here's Rahma then. He's managed to get by a very stubborn Ale Wafi Brinata to get up to P12, but P6 in the Pro-Am category. Now he's ready to actually challenge a guy up in front for position in class.
Ooh, they're right close to each other right now. We can go on board with him as coming out just behind Jusmin. He's actually keeping that R8 pretty neat and tidy right now. Of course, in the Pro-Am class right now, they're competing for, I think that is P5 in class, P11 overall. But again, any battle that happens gives an opportunity for a driver that's not too far behind them to catch up, as Wafik Rianata right now. Just behind them, waiting for a moment for both of them to mess up, possibly take advantage of that kerfuffle and try to make his move.
Yep, and in fact, the kerfuffle did happen between the race leaders, of course. So
yeah.
Rahmat will probably not know what happened there. He'll try to avoid having the same fate. Out of Stavilo, onto curb for Paul Frere, and that's a very wide line from Priyanatha. Let's not mind that too much because it's Rahmat against Jusmin. So Indonesian versus Indonesian once again on board with him here coming out to Blanc Shimon. He looks pretty deadly right now. He will try his luck coming into the final corner, the chicane here. Onto the start-finish straight soon. Oh, that's a big block there from Jusmin very late. But Rahmat gets it onto the inside. Brilliant move. That is a lovely move there. But can he make his stick? Oh, he actually pushes Jusmin out. But Jusmin, with a good drive out of the final corner, might just be able to get back here on the inside.
Yeah, coming out to the source right now. Be able to keep that line neat and tidy. Ends up having the door closed on it by Fali Rahmat with a terrible line coming out of that corner. And Fali Rahmat making that pass stick for the time being. Of course, coming out through Eau Rouge, you can see here the gap between them. Really not that far apart. And this corner is very important. This particular corner is so important because if you mess up at any point in time, someone will take the opportunity to strike. Otherwise, just having a better run out of Eau Rouge onto the Camel Straight. Coming up to Lake Home right now, actually makes the pass stick before they even reach the corner. This is a braking test. Jusmin, he'll be able to hold it right now. Rahmat almost loses it.
Wow, wait. Jusmin, I thought for a second might have actually lost the...
No, we're not done yet. Rahmat
we're not done.
Get it back. The switchback comes out from him.
Brilliant move from Fali Rahmat. Now that shows why he is a SRO driver. And again, he's a serial competitor. We're gonna have to go back a bit to see a replay of that one, how it happens.
Yeah, you can see Jusmin here actually getting the pass, but having a nice slipstream coming into Lake Combe. Does have the better brakes right now coming into the thing. Rahmat actually using the momentum of that slide to rotate his car around, get a better exit to the second half of Lake Combe coming into the corner and comes out with an overtake on the outside. Brilliant move all around.
Yep, and just as we're coming out of the replay here, Priyanatha has actually overtaken Jusmin as well for position. So that's 2 positions in a single sector for Ahmad Jusmin. So he hasn't had the best of runs, despite at one point looking really racy and the car was just underneath him.
Yeah, you know racy means something else, right?
No, we actually missed the overtaking maneuver there.
Yeah.
Luckily,
we can even go back after that as well. You can see Priyanatha taking the position away from Jusmin. I don't know how far back we can go right now. This is still a replay we are watching, of course. Yeah, Jusmin is on track to maybe lose another position actually. Taufik Moyin is right behind him.
And this is also...
They're different classes, so this might not mean as much. But it's still gonna... Ooh!
Well, you were saying there, he actually took that personally. I think he just elbows Taufik out of the way and keeps his position for the time being. Still P6 in the Pro-Am category, but how he would love to have not lost that position to Fali Rahmat, whose brilliant driving really was overtaking maneuver of the day so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've already seen some brilliant racing right now. I mean, it's only gonna it's shaping up to look like quite a race we're gonna have here. Of course, 40 minutes in, 38 minutes in, sorry. Coming out to Eau Rouge right now, Taufik Moin having to lose a lot of time in order to stay ahead of Roy Rumor. I think that was Roy Rumor, yes.
No, in fact, that is...
No, it's not. That is
Dharma. So put your Dharma right behind.
Oh, so that was a bang marker.
Yeah, so Dharma is the BMW in this shot right now.
Yeah.
He is plumb last second to last at the moment. But he is fighting to get back onto the lead lap against some of the Pro-Am category guys. Not very least with Randa Nazir Azman and Raja Amiro Shaukat, the points leader for the copper category in the competition, further in front of him. So at least if he could get in front of some of the guys on the lead lap, he could stand a chance of doing something, but he's way behind right now.
Yeah, we've already gotten some... yeah, you know, I probably shouldn't mention this. Let's just watch the race.
Yeah, we're looking at a second screen right now that shows us some protests coming in, and quite a few of them are coming in.
Yeah, and we've seen quite the obvious ones, of course, coming from them. We already know where these incidents are coming from. Of course, there was a protest about, anyways, we still haven't gotten the steward's decision on that, so we'll come back to that later on. But of course, the battle between teammates here.
Vladi Malik, leader of the silver class, as we see a trouble there for Daryl Brady. Where is Brady gone? Oh, because he actually triggered a yellow flag for a second, and I thought he actually went off there, so that would be a disappointment for the Sim Racing Philippines car, who had been really running strong in the podium positions for the Pro category, go off now.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. Of course, he still in P3 in class, so he's not in that bad of a position, but it does give other drivers opportunities to catch up. Coming back to Vladi Malik's run here, just behind his teammate in the upper class, of course, Harsono in a McLaren in the pink, yellow, and blue MPR cars.
Yep. Instagram color cars, I would say.
I was thinking more Neapolitan ice cream. You know those ice cream uncles that sell like the cones, and they have like chocolate, strawberry, and corn.
Yes.
They don't have vanilla, they have corn. Like, who eats corn ice cream?
Well, quite a few people would. It's the same way that people eat mint ice cream. Unpopular opinion, but mint is a terrible flavor. It's good. Sue me.
Luckily, cameras are not pointing at you right now, of course. Okay. I don't like corn. I like yam. Yam is good. Just a weird flavor to talk about ice cream. Anyway, back to the race. Coming up here. We haven't seen anything in particular yet. AR Muhammad Leaf, of course, right behind Clapano right now, does want to make it through. Remember, they are in different classes, but overall standings are basically bragging rights for him. He has to try and make it through. Paul Britt right now charging behind, only a second behind AR Muhammad Leaf, you can see right now.
Yep, but Alif will definitely like to overtake. There we go, he's flashing his lights to Clapano to let him know he's there. It's not just for the bragging rights for Clapano, but because for Alif, it's important that he gets by this Pro-Am guy because he has to battle up in front. This is holding him back so much.
Yeah, he's flashing his lights, but you can see the Lamborghini Huracan doesn't have a rear window, so you can't see anything.
And he can only see through a virtual mirror, of course, in the dash cam.
Yeah. Okay, Paul Britt right now still driving out of his mind, trying to make up the positions he lost earlier on.
After being unceremoniously dumped, no less.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, and there's a back marker. No, that's not a back marker. That's not a Java Sim car. That's actually the Stratos car. So, Ria Stefani has gotten up to the back of Aslan once again, but he's not been able to pass this McLaren. And it's a case of BMW versus McLaren on
the same thing for the past half an hour that we've been watching. I'm actually more curious as to how Reyes managed to extend the lead by 2 seconds. There might be something going on there coming up to this point of the race right now. Sorry about that. A bit of a technical issue right now we had with both of our mics. They both just died for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's the beauty of live television. It just happens, doesn't it? But yeah, going back now to this battle, this is a particular group as well. First, second, and third are their own particular battle group,
Yep.
if we can call it that, because
The
Reyes
gap is quite
yeah.
big, yeah.
But we can still call it a battle. 2 seconds even.
Yeah, okay, let's go back over here. Clapano is still keeping quite a gap over AR Muhammad Alif and Paul Britt. Still hounding them down, still trying to make an opportunity happen. AR Muhammad Alif has been flashing his lights constantly throughout the entire lap, trying to get him led through, but the gap is wide enough that doesn't really have to.
Let's see if he does it again, because you know this the straights is normally where you can flash. You can take your hands off the wheel a bit and just flash the button. Not close this time around, about 4/10 of a second between Clapano and Alif, but Alif would no doubt be absolutely frustrated, knowing for a fact that the leaders are just only a couple seconds up the road, but he has to negotiate the Pro-Am guy who happens to be as fast as him.
Yeah, and we don't talk about this that much, but frustration plays another important factor in mental fortitude. Of course, like, it takes a toll on your emotional balance, and I sound like a pseudoscientist right now.
Emotional balance. Don't let that
Okay.
comedian take your line.
Yeah,
there.
but like, endurance is all about physical and mental strength, of course, I mentioned at the start of this event, and we're in a position where, of course, drivers will be facing consistent pressure, if not from other drivers, then from themselves, because they have to maintain the utmost concentration right now as they're coming out to Eau Rouge. Ya Muhammad Alif still not closing the gap enough toward getting past. Paul Britt is still just behind them. Less than a second separates the two cars right now.
In fact, the gap has stabilized a bit because, again, the McLaren and the Ferrari just about similar, and of course the Lamborghini up in front. They're all mid-engine cars.
Yeah. So we're at a point right now where there is, I would say, kind of a bit of a lull state. We've got about 25 minutes before we have to force our first driver change, which means, of course, you will be ending up in one of the cars on track later.
Yeah, I'll probably just cut it at the turn of the hour so that I could at least get prepped on that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, this particular lull period is the sort of period that you like as a driver. It's boring for us who are doing broadcasting, but again, that's just the nature of endurance racing. You can't get full 24 hours.
Yeah. So it's just making sure that, like, again, you have to stay consistent in your pace, because a lull state for us doesn't particularly mean a lull state for the drivers. They have to stay 100% full focus over the course of their stint, and it's a nice sunny Saturday afternoon right now. You go out, have a nice lunch, maybe enjoy the weather a little bit.
Touch some grass.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's how it is sometimes that the drivers are touching a couple of virtual grasses as well, especially how Russell Reyes took Paul Britt out of the way. We're still waiting for the incident reports on that one. And yeah, that is still under investigation at this point in time. But again, that kind of looks a bit of a clear-cut decision, but you have to look at it from both points of view.
Yeah, because it could end up being just an incident where a driver doesn't end up seeing things. Of course, you have to use your mirrors as a racing driver, despite what everyone tells you. But of course, the important thing is damage. Because a lot of these incidents probably could just go under the radar. Like, people probably wouldn't care as much if it weren't for the fact that every incident that occurs between these cars on track is going to be a detriment to the victim because of how much damage they'll take.
And case in point, how some drivers ended up being taken out completely of contention. So it's a case, again, I raised the point to Alex. Is it the act, the deed itself that caused the accident? Or should you punish for what happened to the consequences to the other guy?
Yeah.
Which again is going to set a dangerous precedence if the other guy gets damaged, but he can still drive, but the other guy who was the one that caused the accident was penalized.
Yeah, the instigator being penalized. It's kind of a really weird tightrope to walk on, of course. That anything can happen in racing. We're trying to make it as clean and as safe and as enjoyable for the audience as much as possible. But of course, there will be outliers in terms of this. We're not talking about the race right now because nothing is happening. As I say that, of course, the battle between Nabil Azna and Ristafani is still well underway, about half a second separating them.
And they're losing time a bit to Reyes. He's already up to 2.6 seconds. But actually, we're talking about more the cause and the effect.
Yeah.
Do you actually get penalized for more of the cause, or do you get penalized for the effect, like the driver getting smashed to the wall, like for example what happened to Hamilton Verstappen.
Yeah.
Of course, the cause of the accident is definitely slammed up because Hamilton drove into the side of Verstappen, but the effect was Verstappen had to end up in hospital, and he actually, well, for just primarily checks that time run, and the car was completely damaged, but the penalty was to a lot of people not justifiable. So again, that's the sort of thing that people argue: is the cause and effect correlated in that regard, or just penalized for the cause?
Yeah. I'm not really sure how to go about. Ooh, here we go. Nabil Aslan going quite wide on the first stop of the chicane there, giving Ristafani time to catch up right now. And Ristafani having a better run up onto the start-finish straight. Coming out to the source right now. Ooh, Nabil Aslan might have to be a bit more defensive there.
Yes, but
Holding the inside.
can Ristafani go again for the switchback? No, not enough of a run, but he is closer this time, and the slipstream is quite powerful in this, as Alif also tries to go for a move behind against Calpano. He loses time. Paul Britt is now up to the back of him. The three battle packs here are forming quite nicely, but not for the lead of the race because Reyes has checked out a bit. In fact, his fastest lap of the race was a 17.9, but it wasn't counted. It's still, it was still a 17.8. No, 17.8 was last, but it still says purple. Anyway, coming out to Lake Combe, coming on the outside goes Ristafani. Does he make the move stick this time and take exact? He can exact revenge on Nabil Aslan for that particular maneuver, but no, Nabil holds firm. Coming up now to Brussels. This is where they came across the last time around, and look at that. Nabil with the very big defense. Ristafani has to go the long way around. Does he make his stick this time? No, but he has a good exit there. Nabil is second to it and blocks off the move for the time being.
That must be deeply frustrating, of course, for Ristafani right now. Definitely must. And the one thing I noticed, of course, is how big the BMW is compared to the McLaren. You can see more. It's kind of like a David vs. Goliath situation there with these two cars. But the size of the BMW is also a disadvantage, especially because this particular sector is very narrow.
Yeah, they can't make it. They can't make it through here. We saw just now how Reyes took out Paul Britt. He had to come through and just barge his way out. But that one is particularly still being investigated because quite a few rebuttals are going on right now.
Coming up to almost the dawn of the first hour of the race, of course, we still have about an hour of racing before we leave it up to the drivers right now. A lot of things could happen within the span of the next 7 hours, of course. We won't be here for most of it, unfortunately, but you guys definitely will. And that's the important thing, is that you, the audience, be able to watch all the action that unfolds on the screen.
Certainly, and a lot of things have and will still happen, of course, because a lot can happen in an endurance race.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna find a topic to talk about right now because there's nothing going on. Actually, there is something going on here. We go back to AR Muhammad Alif right now, just behind them. Actually, really close to the front of the pack, I just realized. Only about a 3-second gap separating Klapano from Ristafani as AR Muhammad Alif still trying to push Klapano to get him through. Paul Britt, of course, in 6th place. Again, still trying to make it to the front of the pack. But look at what happened here. That means the gap between P6 and P2 is less than 3 seconds, which is insane to think about right now.
Yeah, in fact, it's actually closed up quite a lot, owing the fact that Klapano has actually been holding up Alif and Britt behind him, but Ristafani and Nabil have been fighting hard as well, so that's why they're being reeled in too.
Yeah, I feel like what's happening is that the fight between Ristafani and Nabil Azlan has been so heated and they're slowing each other down, but at the same time, the battle between Muhammad Alif and Klapano is so intense that Klapano is having to push harder in order to not let him through, for whatever reason. Regardless of that though, you can see the Java SIM card just in front of them being the back marker for these two right now. But the gap between them is still substantial and might not be enough for normal taking opportunity. As we can see here, I think there was a pass right now. Near the back of the pack, a lot of positions gained here. Not sure what had happened there, but we saw a lot of positions going out there. Cristi Tianto right now on your screens. The battle between, let's go back here. Fali Rahman is now well ahead of Wafik Priyanata.
Yeah, a couple of drivers have actually dropped out of the top 10 as well by the looks of it. But Rahmat is the biggest gainer of the lot. He has gained about 5 positions from where he started. And crucially, he is up on the cusp of the podium here. And that will do his championship quite nicely. And guess who's holding out the podium spot? Is a championship rival.
Yeah, Muhammad Azhar, wow, not up. Actually, quite a lot of distance away. 7 seconds made up the gap between Azhar and Rahmat. So he has to drive quite intensely to close the gap and make sure that he'll be able to catch up. Right now, we can see Muhammad Azhar from Apex Racing Brunei catching up to Brady here. Oh, something dropped there. They're about a lap behind 7 overall, P7, Vladimir Malik. Brady here, Azhar here, maybe trying to make something happen to Brady. You can see right now, of course, the Mercedes AMG GT3 car coming up right now. Again, the battle between, you can see here, the battle between Navi Azhar and Ristafani is still quite intense between these two drivers coming out of Lake Combe. Again, the same sector where they both had passing opportunities. Navi Azhar making sure that Ristafani does not have an opportunity to make a move on the outside or inside at this point in time. Coming out to the second sector now. Relatively fast sector compared to, relatively slow sector compared to earlier on past the Camel Straight right now. But of course, battle between them is again intense. They have extended the gap between them and Clapano to about 3 seconds, but that's probably due to the Jamasin car playing back marker. And being the bridge in between these two cars right now. So Nabil Azad is under a considerable amount of pressure, of course. But Ristafani is still trying to pressure him. He's still trying to get Stewart's decision on whether or not that pass was clean. Okay, it definitely was not clean, but we're still trying to see if there was a decision by the stewards being made here. Doesn't seem to be one. But we're currently in a position right now. That's a very blanket statement. I shouldn't be saying that. That's a very blanket statement. Anyways, yeah. So, where are we right now? About 5 minutes left before the end of the first hour. And what's going to happen is I think about... Yeah, we're going to take a break around the hour mark. A short break as we get ready, take a breather, and know the fact that we still have quite a long day ahead of us. These guys will be racing all the way until 8 p.m. A bit over 8 p.m. I think. Yeah, a little bit over. Anyways, yeah, the gap, the battle here. We're gonna go on board with Ristafani there, I think, yeah. Sorry, yeah, there we go. On board. On cam right now, coming up to the Camel Straight. Doesn't seem to be close enough for the slipstream right now. Paul Britt actually making it past AR Muhammad Ali earlier on, so he's now in P5, which means the battle for this position is going to be even more competitive later on in the race. But of course, we do have to consider the fact that they are about 15 minutes away from a driver change, so that could play a big part in when these drivers decide to pit, of course. Stefani still trying to make a move onto Nabil Aslan. Again, the very same sector. They keep competing in this particular sector. Right now, left-hander there. Stefani going a little bit wide, just almost within track limits. And this is going to be a really strong battle right now because this will be the biggest battle we've had throughout the entire. And of course, right now we have AR Muhammad Ali having to concede the position to Paul Britt right now in Audrey House, who is a man on a mission, trying to make it past what AR Muhammad Ali couldn't do earlier on throughout the past 10 minutes or so, is get past Capano here in the Lamborghini, which probably ends up making this another battle for a P4 overall position right now. We can see AR Muhammad Ali is trying to keep it neat and tidy there. Ferrari is quite a bit more difficult car to manage, especially in these slower corners because of the short wheelbase. Anyways, the gap between them, about 7/10 of a second separating them as they're coming up to the chicane. Now you can just see the battle for P2 happening in front of you as they're leaving the chicane. just about the best time for them to eke out a gap.
And I'm back in the commentary box, Damon, albeit driving in the commentary box. Damon.
Okay, so we're coming back to Ammo right now, who is no longer next to me, as you can see from the. Hang on a second. I have to shuffle between left and right now because I have to keep control of everything. Okay. Yeah, so as it turns out, Ammo will be driving along as well as commentating, so all the best to him, hoping he can keep his concentration as we're going over to this race. How do you feel, Ammo?
Yeah, feeling, not to say too shabby about it, I just feel that I just want to get a car over the line. We just need to get the minimum driving time in for especially Sharik. Now we're just looking forward to finishing the race.
Yeah, and hopefully you'll be able to finish well, and it's the important thing is that you carry the car across the line, doesn't have that much damage on him. As we're going back to AR Muhammad Alif right now, you're not seeing this, I don't think, but the battle between Paul Britt and Alif just concluded. Paul Britt is ahead of Alif right now.
Oh, that's a brilliant battle between both of them. But the thing is, we saw just now prior to jumping over is that Britt was on the recovery drive. So Pano, I think, is still ahead based on the mini-map that I'm looking on right now. That's still a very valiant drive from the Filipino.
Yeah, he's, for a guy in Pro-M class, he's definitely keeping these two pro drivers at bay right now. Unable to make their way past. Paul Britt is still about 7 to 8 tenths behind. As we go forward over here, the battle between Nabil Azhar and Ristafani has not let up. You can see Ristafani there still trying to make a pass happen onto Nabil Azhar. Has been trying to do so for the past 3 or 4 laps, and always at the same sector.
Yeah, again, it's a matter of trying to get a slipstream up to that particular bend. But looking at it in live time right now, it looks as though Ristafani may just try his luck again. I'm looking at the mini-map pretty much right now. How are they looking, Damon?
They're looking really good. Hasn't seemed to be any substantial contact incidents right now. But of course, anything can happen when you're racing this close to one another. Cars are big things, they're dangerous things, they're fast things. There's a lot of things that they are. And competitive is probably definitely one of them. But that's all up to the driver, of course, as Klopano is 3.5 seconds behind the rest of the group. Paul Britt is right on his tail as they're coming out of the source and into Eau Rouge right now with long straight.
Yeah, coming out of Radio now. It looks as though, based on the tracker, it is still close between Ristafani and Nabil, but it looks as though Nabil may be able to just eke out a bit of advantage coming to Lake Hope.
Yeah. We're going to take a quick hand break right now. We'll be back after these messages, and hopefully nothing much will have changed.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Welcome back. We're back from our ad break here, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we have eRacing GP Endurance Edition. Final round at Circuit Spa de Francorchamps, 8 hours. And while we were gone, Nabil Aslan has seemed to be going into the pits alongside Paul Brett here. I think they're getting ready for their driver change. Meanwhile, Ristefan, Iklapano, Alif, Fladim Ale, and Rahma and Reyes, of course, are all staying on track for the time being.
Yeah, it's the pit stop cycles that go through because they are actually coming up to that proper schedule, of course, because they're just under the 70-minute stint time limit, of course, per stint. So they just want to maximize as much as possible and try to reduce having to take on a bit more fuel when it comes to the end of the race.
Yeah, having a bit more fuel in the car does mean a little bit of extra weight, but also means you'll be out on the track for longer. After wrapping up our first hour, there have been a lot of big incidents happening. Stewards' decisions are coming in now. There will be some penalties to be issued later on, of course. We'll have to wait for the stewards to make those happen later on. Reyes seems to still be out there. I think he's just gone into the pits for his driver change, but it gives Ristefani a bit of time to keep up right now. He's staying in P1. So it remains to be seen when he'll be performing his driver change, but I can see there, I think that, yeah. Sorry about that. Klapano is just behind him in P2. There is a back marker in between those two cars right now, as our stewards will be getting ready to issue the penalty in just a second.
Yeah, quite a couple of things going on here between the pit stop cycles and the driver changes. There's also the penalties. Plus, some drivers are not going to even do the change, and they're just going to go for double, even triple stinting.
Okay, we're going to transition back to the commentary camera because we're waiting for the stewards to issue the penalties. Ammo is not here, as you can see, by this empty space beside me. Anyways, what do you think so far, Ammo, based on the state of what you can see on the track? Oh, I can't hear you. Okay, I think the Discord's not coming through on the thing. So I'm just going to be talking right now. It would just be me. Hello. Okay, checking on the weather right now, of course, seems to be clear weather again for the next 30 minutes or so. I can see we've already assigned the penalties to the drivers, and they will be serving them quite soon. So, okay, coming back on the track right now. Hopefully, we'll be able to get Ammo back on the mic as we're coming into in-game.
Yeah, I think out on track right now is pretty okay. It's already optimal grip, but something has to do with the setup of the car that makes it feel like it's not really there. But I think quite a few drivers are probably going to take the safety because if you recall back to Leaf and Tusby, they actually said they were on the wet setup, so that's why they were quite slow in the initial stages, but they really came alive when the track was really wet.
Yeah, so you really have to wonder if these cars were definitely set up for wet. There will be a time where you consider how long you're staying on a dry track, that whether starting it out was the right thing to do.
It's a gamble that's worth taking, but sometimes it just doesn't pay off. And the case in point, like right now, if anybody's on a wet setup, you're really going to suffer because the way the car setup is different. It's just higher right heights, more wing, and the tires are pressured a bit differently. So you're going to have to play by ear in a way.
Yeah, and it does, for the next 30 minutes or so, it does seem like the weather will stay clear. Track is still in optimum temps. Ristofani finally coming into the pits now for his driver change. Of course, Alan Drake Cruz is now subbing in for Russell Reyes in the MPRGP. Sorry, not MPRGP. See, Alan Drake Cruz right now coming out into the field just ahead of Abil Aslan there. Sorry, Nakib Aslan, a driver change after.
Yeah, they both are N.Aslan, so you gotta have to focus on them to find out if they are the same drivers or they swap driver.
Yeah, we're going to go over to them right. Oh, that's not him. Yeah, here we go. Nabil. So he is going out for another stint. Okay. So Nabil Azan's out on track again for another stint. Meanwhile, Alan Drake Cruz is now out in the car, taking over from Russell Reyes. But that does mean Nabil Aslan gets the cut just ahead of him. And he's right behind Demario Hasnam, who's out on his outlap. So making that pass happen. Klopano hasn't gone in yet. Demario Hasnam. Oh, they're clashing with each other. This is a very big battle right now. Coming up out of Lake Combe into the next sector. Again, this battle, this particular sector has been Stratos's park territory, so to speak, because every move that they've done so far in this race has been done here, and it's the same thing between him and Demario Hasnam here, of course.
And it's better for the lead, of course, because Reyes has actually just served this drive-through penalty.
Yeah, so he has to take some time to, in order to make up the time he has. But right now, the front of the pack, you can see Nabil Aslan, P1 in class with Klopano having not pitted yet. We're 30 laps in. Oh, he just went into the pits as I was saying that. So that means Nabil Aslan will be right in front of him coming out of the next lap.
Yep. As the timing sectors are actually sorting themselves out, of course, because it changes by every sector. So that's why it says Klopano is in the lead, but pretty sure Klopano's passing the pit lane right now. He's still in the pit lane.
Yeah, still waiting for the driver change, of course. Nabil Aslan. Ooh. It's been quite a drive there, because I think over the last 4 rounds, I don't think Nabil Aslan has gotten past P3. Sorry, the Aslan brothers, Stratos Motorsport, have never gone past P3 throughout the last 2-3 races that they've been in. So this is a pretty good spot for them.
Absolutely, and it goes to show that they are being consistent throughout the entire season. They're kind of like mathematically still within the championship hunt, but it is between the two Indonesian teams, JMX Phantom and PRGP. But with the penalty that has been given to the JMX Phantom car, that will just throw a span into the works. It might just be in the hands of the MPRGP guys now.
Yeah, and Aslan brothers, of course, known good at taking gambles. Ooh. Let's see. Right now, he's still ahead of Demario Haslam by about 1.5 seconds. AR Muhammad Alif hasn't gone into the pits yet. Will be having to do so quite soon. Meanwhile, you can see a difference in the Laundry House car. It's now driven by Terry Rayton. Terry Rayton, of course, was the starter for last race at Watkins Glen. Didn't end up doing the best on that particular track there. Neither did his co-driver as well. So it was a bit unfortunate for them that they didn't finish as high as they would have wanted, but this is their chance to make it all back.
Yeah, and the fact that they mathematically they're out of it, so
Yeah.
they may not be able to claim back the title they once won, but they will have a good crack at it in the final race of the season.
Yeah, so what they're doing right now is just making sure that they're playing spoiler, basically.
Yes, spoiler to the battle for the guys up in front, that they do not want to cause another big one.
Okay, stewards are making another decision, so we're going to cut back here right now. Ammo is going to be muted for the duration I'm on screen, which is unfortunate. But of course, we do still have some stewards' decisions to be made. You can see another lot of penalties coming through right now because of how intense the contact was at the beginning of the race. Sorry, not at the beginning. Within the first hour of the race, I should say. Okay. Penalties have been served. You can see there a lot of things are coming through right now for some of these drivers. A lot of things are coming through right now. You have a drive-through penalty, we have 10-second time penalty. Jusmin, of course, ended up serving that as well as Rahmat because of an earlier incident while they were jostling for that position. But all these penalties aside, however, there is still the question of how much can other drivers stand to gain from this?
Good question, isn't it? In my view, right now, I only got one position out of the driver, probably because of the pit stop.
Yeah.
So it might have been not due to penalty. I saw Jusmin coming in actually around the source, so he was coming to the end, well, halfway point of his penalty when he was serving it, because remember, it's such a long pit lane in Spa.
Yeah, because it starts at the start-finish straight, but doesn't actually stop until past Eau Rouge. So I think one of the longest pit lanes in motorsport.
Well, longest pit lane on the endurance calendar, yeah, because it had to house 60 plus cars, especially for the Spa 24.
Yeah. What a way to imagine having to do Eau Rouge at 50 kilometers an hour. I don't think you'd be having fun with that. Anyway, Taufik, yeah.
You have to do an entire penalty cycle through the pit lane. That's painful.
Yeah, that is painful. Alan Drake Cruz right now is behind Taufik Moin, passing Fadi Rahmat, who is still in the pit serving the drive-through penalty. Actually, no, I think he'll be serving it later on because he's still doing the driver change, it looks like. I have a top 10 on the board right now. Nabil Azlan comfortably ahead of Demario Hassan by about 2 seconds right now. It doesn't seem like Demario Hassan was having such a good race for him.
Yeah. I think he will feel a bit incensed by the fact that he got tapped out a bit by Nabil coming out to Brussels, but also the fact that he had 2 chances to take the lead of the race. Just couldn't make it work because the opportunities were there, but it was just too far for him.
Yeah, some of these drivers will not be too happy with the decisions, but that is racing in general. We have winners and we have losers. And right now, biggest winner, of course, Nabil Azlan, who is saved from the penalty from that incident earlier on when he accidentally tapped Mr. Fandi's car near the back and put him into a slide. So he's fine there right now. And that means he's comfortably in the lead.
But not by much.
Not by much, yes. Anything could happen still.
Yeah, I can still see that the tracker, I see a triangle on the 111 car, so that's Stratos Motorsports in the lead, but only by about how many tenths? 5 tenths of a second coming across the line, I think.
The gap between them, yeah, about 2.3 seconds actually coming up between these 2 cars. As I am looking for you on the track right now, you're just past Lake Combe, are you? Let's go to you and get you in driver cam.
Yeah.
Bit of spotlight on you.
No, I don't. Unfortunately, I think the webcam's now operating right now, but you can just pretty much pick up where I am right now.
Yeah, here we go right now. Amo going to guide us through the race. His particular point of view, of course.
Yeah, for the moment, at least I'm behind the driver with the drive-through, and in fact, it is the guy that's racing right behind me right now. So we got a few drivers who are racing at Axel Center, so we got some background noise right now. It's just at this point in time, the car doesn't feel all that nice to drive, probably because it has some legacy of the damage from earlier conflicts, because Sharik was involved in a couple of incidents before he handed the car over to me. But apart from that, it's just pretty much driving pretty simple right now.
Okay, so we're coming up to the final sector of the race. I'm going to put you on for one more lap as I'm figuring out some issues right now. Mainly that our recording just stopped.
Yeah, so let's see then. Coming on to the start-finish straight out of the chicane.
Yep.
To start the lap, I think we can do a whole lap, isn't it?
Yeah, we're doing an onboard lap, yeah.
Alright, so across the start-finish line. Take the line on the outside here. 5th gear. Brake about 100 feet before. You can brake a bit later as well if you're really brave. Coming out to the source. Flip the curb on the inside. Exiting out of there. And now we're going on to the most infamous or famous corners on the entire track, Eau Rouge and Radion. We're coming out to Eau Rouge, literally means red water at the bottom here because there's actually a red river running underneath the track there, so that's why it gives its name, Eau Rouge. Onto the top of Radion, which means the rise and up's taken, onto the Camel Straight. This is where the cars reach top gear, about 270 plus kilometers per hour. I'm hitting about 260 to 8. Yeah, just about 270 before jumping on the brakes here coming up the Lake Combe. Keep the curb on the right and then to the left a bit. Just gently guiding the car through. If the car is really well tuned and set up, you can literally take it almost about flat coming out of Malmedy into Brussels. A bit off camber here, so it's quite possible that a lot of cars will go wide into Speaker's Corner / Jackie A's Corner, as it was christened. It was called Speakers because this is where the on-track announcer can see the rest of the circuit as the cars disappear into the forest of Francorchamps. And Stabilo coming up to double gauche, aka Puhon. Keep it fourth gear, try to keep it as tight as possible, not to use too much of the curb on the inside, in turn, not to jump on the curb the outside because that's track limits. Into Fanier's Corner, or it's also called Pit Path. Quite a few names because Spa-Francorchamps has actually quite a lot of corners here with dual or triple identities. Onto now campus, that leads up to Stabilo. It's important to keep it flat here because you have to maintain the momentum coming onto the final sector. Through Paul Frere, maybe not the very famous Belgian car journalist, motorsport journalist. Baltimore now, this used to be much scary because there was an armco barrier on the side. Now you can just take it about flat if the car is really into the temperature range. And up to what used to be the bus stop chicane because it was an actual bus stop back in the day. It was a left, right, left complex. And now back onto the start finish line to complete a lap around the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. And the personal best fastest lap to race right now.
Yeah, Emo Hazik, everyone, our commentator and driver, managing to multitask and do both at the same time right now. Of course, he is driving in the McLaren Blue Steel racing car, you can see here. Meanwhile, near the top of the pack, Nabil Hazdan comfortably ahead of Mario Haslam, about 2.2 seconds separating them. So the Mario Haslam is going to have to drive quite hard in order to catch up. Nabil Hassan is still on the first stint, however. I'm not sure when he'll be able to come in for a driver change, although it does seem like he hasn't really decided to pit yet. Could be going for maximum stints and then going to swap to Nakib the next time around.
Yeah, they have to do it with two drivers, of course, because Nakib and Nabil are relying on each other to not overstep the maximum driving time. And of course, keep in mind, they're going to have to keep up their durability for the next 6.5 hours that remain.
Yeah, because of course there are only two drivers. Some of these teams do have three, so they might be able to spread the wear out between three drivers more efficiently, of course. But in this particular instance right now, I think they're doing quite well for themselves.
Yep, but they also have the looming specter of that particular stupid call hanging over them.
Oh no, the decision has already been made for that. They got out.
Okay, no, jail free, eh?
Yeah.
But the Russell Reyes thing was also arguably the same thing. We saw Alan actually in the steward's room rebutting on behalf of Russell, but the time penalty was still given anyway.
Yep. But yeah, that just means the Aslan brothers are the biggest beneficiaries of that entire situation right now. Comfortably ahead, extending the gap to 2.5 seconds right now. Terry Rayton is in P4, so coming out of the driver change in P6 was a very big boon for him, because now he's still well in the top 5. He still has a lot of time to make something happen, and all that he has to make sure is that he doesn't make a mistake.
That's quite rare in the dictionary of the laundry house guys. If there was an accident, it would probably have been assisted along the way, as case in point of what happened between them and Russell Reyes when the J-Max Phantom car ramped inside of them. Through no fault of their road, they lost a heap of time.
Yeah, but again, we still have about 6.5 hours here in the race. Of course, we'll be cutting the commentary after the 6-hour point, and then you'll just be able to enjoy the sounds of the cars as they're going by. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
I'm having to swap between 2 seats right now. I could just make this a bench.
Oh yes, make it very wide.
Okay, so, it does seem like it's going to rain within the next half an hour, so I think the racers with the wet setups are going to be enjoying themselves a little bit.
Absolutely. It's not often that you get the weather conditions change this early, and given the fact that it looks as though it's going to be very inclement weather coming, so the guys with the dry weather setups might be looking a bit more nervous right now.
Yeah, definitely. But it also stands to ask whether or not whether or not it will last, because having rain this early on does mean the track will dry out over the course of the rest of the time.
Get it, whether or not.
Shut up.
But yeah, it doesn't cost too much time to change the tires, of course, because it will
Yeah.
be part of the pit stop cycle. But crucially, though, you can't change rear wing. Unlike in the prototype in, say, R5 2, you can change the rear wing profile on this. You can't do that in ACC.
Yeah, and of course, it stands to reason that a lot of these drivers, if it stops raining too early, they're going to be suffering with the car setups for the rest of the race, unless it rains again near the end.
Not intermittently, but completely throughout the entire race. Then
Yeah.
that will be beneficial for a lot of people.
Yeah, so if it goes like on and then off and then on again and then off, it's going to be a jumble. So a lot of these drivers will not be happy with that. But we are getting rain in the next half an hour, which means by the dawn of the second hour, by the end of the second hour, we are going to see a wet track.
Indeed. And I don't know how soon it will be, because on the indicator we're both having the same readings for the weather. It will be 30 minutes after this that it will rain. 10 minutes it's still quite overcast, but I can see from when are on track here that it is getting quite overcast at the moment.
Yeah, we can definitely see it from the race cam as well, that it is getting quite a bit darker here. You can see the cooler color hues denoting the fact that the sun is being blocked out by all the clouds. Storm clouds are coming, and the lap times seem to be getting quite a bit faster. Nabil Aslan there, setting the fastest lap of the race. AR Muhammad Ali setting the fastest lap of the race, 2:17.5, and Nabil Aslan just about a 10th behind that.
Wow, wait. And it also has the fact that because of the cooler conditions, the track is faster, but not by much. Just slightly by much compared to, say, if it's a bit sunnier.
Yeah, definitely. Optimal track conditions, of course, making it cooler, making the cars run cooler. Right now, still around average time. Sorry, not average. We're still around 217, high 217s, low 218s for these top 5 drivers. Terry Reid is going to have to pick up the pace if he wants to catch up with the rest of the pack right now. He is 7 seconds behind AR Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, and it looks like the pit stop may have not worked out in their favor. Plus, you have to remember they did get damage from that collision. A monumental hit, if we could say so, coming up to pit path. That's where they probably lost a heap of time in the pit stops, Damon.
Yeah, they probably had to get a bit of maintenance done. I think in general, their lap times do not suggest that they've taken too much damage, especially when we saw that the spin ended up quite okay in terms of how they suffered. Yes, they did lose about 4 positions, but they didn't crash into a barrier, they didn't crash into another car. It was a nudge and a spin, and they were still in it afterwards. And you can see here, Paul Braid also managing to secure 2 positions for himself, even after the fact. So I don't think the damage to the car is as severe as we will be led to believe.
Whoop. A little bit of a slight slide there. Coming up to the first stop chicane, and Fali Rama is right behind me again. Luckily I held it. But the conditions still look pretty clear. It's just that it's just a bit more overcast.
Yeah, and visibility is going to be playing a crucial factor later on here, because when it rains, it's going to be hard to see. When it turns night, it's going to be hard to see. If it rains at night, then you might as well be driving blind.
Certainly, especially given the fact, again, we did mention this before and I was right beside you, that there's no floodlights at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, so you're literally going into the dark mist.
Yeah, and overshooting braking lines is completely a plausible situation. But we are, of course, still in a pretty lull state right now. Doesn't seem to be any big incidents happening right now. It's still staying onto Nabil Azan. Let's check the rest of the field. The gaps between these two, the cars on the grid are quite substantial, that there aren't any battles happening. So all that's left is to just make sure that these cars stay consistent.
Yeah, and if you have a guy that's faster right in front of you, you might want to follow them, because at least he can help you with the slipstream. Plus, try to see the best lines. Like right now, I'm giving Fadli the space, the track position, of course, because he's trying to battle with Zikri behind him for P15. Not for, of course, the overall positions, yes, but in positions in class. I think he's battling for, what, P7, Damon?
Yeah, it definitely. Yes, it does look like P7. What was? Sorry, no. The battle right now. Okay. Who just passed you? Zikri, was it?
Uh, Fali Rahman.
Fadi Ramai. He is still P5 in class.
So yeah, it's 5 and 6 plus. The Rising Line team wants to end the season on a high, and I think they finally broke their duck this year with their first win on the board. So they will have to just sign off on a good note for this one.
Yeah, but it's too early to say anything. We still got 6.5 hours left.
Probably just jinxed it for them.
Yeah, you might have just jinxed it actually. But there's not much to talk about right now in the state of the race, of course. We're just going to be hovering over Stratos Motorsports McLaren right now. As we look over the rest of the grid, it does seem like the race has calmed down quite slightly. Terry Rayton here, again on his own, trying to make up for lost time. AR Muhammad Alif just in front of him right now. You can see still trying to catch up to Demario Haslam, who is staying consistently ahead of him by about 4.5 seconds. He himself is 2.5 seconds behind Nabil Azan, so the gap between those two cars are still extending. And we go over to our P1 leader of the Pro-Am class, Andre Jansen Villanueva in the NN Racing Lamborghini, consistently very far ahead of his competition right now. Second in class right now. Amirul Naim is about 23 seconds behind him.
Amirul Naim is in the 333 Apex Racing Brunei car, so for their championship stakes, they still have to keep this position, and I'm behind their main championship rival right now, which is the 7017 Techno car. So that's a few positions gained on them, and with points on the final round being more, this is going to help them. It's going to pay dividends big time, Damon.
Yeah, definitely, especially on their behalf. They really want to stay in this good spot for them, personally. Why did I say personally? It's not affecting me.
Personally for them, yes.
Yes.
But they're not going to take that personally, are they?
Yeah. So,
Michael Jordan.
okay. Aside from that, however, there is a biggest loser so far, and of course, it is the #1 car right now, driven by Alan Drake Cruz from GMX Phantom. Reyes ended up having to serve that drive-through penalty, which put Alan Drake Cruz, one of the younger drivers we have, in a really bad position right now, stuck in P9 overall, P6 in class.
Yeah, that drive-through penalty really hurt him because he loses about 45. No, not 45 seconds. A minute and 10 seconds in pit lane just to serve a drive-through. So really, that hit from Reyes cost more than just a few seconds.
Yeah. We're currently right now. Yeah, it does. Yeah, you're right. Drive-through penalties are very severe here. I only just realized it.
Yep. Take into account the long pit lane, plus you have to go slow your speed and on the entrance and pick it up back on the exit. That's where the time is lost, mate.
Yeah, 1 minute and 10 seconds is. I mean, I think getting a 10-second penalty is getting off lightly compared to serving a drive-through penalty, or even like a stop-and-go penalty.
No, actually, stopping go penalty is much worse because you have to stop completely. But you do have to take into account that this is the pit lane here in Spa being this long. It just really hurts your race if you were to do something really naughty on track.
Yeah, even the pit lane at Cirque de la Salle is not that long as well. So yeah, it is a very, very detrimental thing to be caught there. Demario Haslam again losing time to Nabil Azlan here. You can see the deltas between these two lap times. About 1/10 separate them each time, and Demario Haslam is slower on the ball. So this might be problematic for them. We'll just have to see whether or not the pit strategy for these drivers will help them or hinder them.
And once again, it's just a case of the penalties coming into play there. If Haslam actually was much closer to Nabil prior to the stops,
Yeah.
and had a net better outlap, they would have actually been ahead. But take into account that he had a slight nudge as well from Nabil, he had to fix that damage as well. So really then, the chances for that #2 car to take the lead were plenty, but at best it was almost like half chances, and now they're gonna have to do it all over again. The gap right now is about 3 seconds, I would say.
Yeah, you're being right. It is exactly 3 seconds actually. The gap between them. So good observation on your part, despite the fact that you're having to concentrate on. Are you even concentrating on your race right now?
I'm just driving and talking at the same time, mate. It's like life, you mean?
Yeah, but when I drive on the highway and talk to someone, I'm not doing 250.
Yeah, well, the benefits of not having to worry about real life consequences.
That is true. Okay, let's take stock of where we are now in the race. There's 1.5 hours in. Terry Rayton is still trying to close out the gap on AR Muhammad Ali. He is going out for a second stint. We'll be swapping drivers in the next stint, around the next driver change. Tomorrow Haslam, the gap just keeps getting wider between him and Nabil Aslan. So, but he's still holding on to second place, which is a good sign for him, as Nabil Aslan is coming up to a back market car right now.
And it is Ahmad Jusmin who just served his drive-through, so hopefully Jusmin will just play the good back market game and not hit him too much. But that will be also Haslam's wish that, conversely, he wants his fellow Indonesian to hold up Nabil.
Well, that sounds a bit of a civil war situation happening here. There's always these two countrymen fighting against each other constantly. Alan Drake Cruz actually making it past Taufik Moin. Would like to know what happened there. Sorry, not Taufik Moin. He's in front of Darren Brady, who had to let him pass. Of course, different class drivers right now. Alan Drake Cruz slowly making his way back to the top of the pack. Still P6 in class, unfortunately, so might not still be in a very good position.
And you gotta remember, this is actually a good drive for Brady as well, because that Sim Racing Philippines car has been through the walls this season, but they finished strongly last time. I forgot where they finished. I think it was around the top 5s in Watkins Glen. Damon, you can just confirm that in the results screen.
I'm gonna go check right now. I'm gonna stretch myself because I can't really. Yes, Sim Racing Philippines did finish 5th.
So right in the top 5. They gained some good points out of that and really making a stake for themselves here to finish in the top 10 come season's end.
Yeah, and all the best to them, of course. We've got a very long time ahead of us. And it does look like the skies are getting quite... you can see the headlights already coming on for Brady there.
And I've set it to automatic for wipers and headlights on this particular machine I'm driving on, so at least I know when the rain is actually here.
Yeah, it does seem like the rain will be arriving in about 10 minutes time, so I think... Is this spoiling you? Am I supposed to, like, not say it so that you can formulate your strategy? Is this a spoiler?
Well, I'm listening to it right now. I can see it in my own indicators. So
Okay,
yeah.
then there's no problem then, alright.
No, it's not really spoiling the strategy anyway, because just fighting for keeps at this point in time to finish the race.
Yeah. But I know there are other drivers who are playing for keeps. Key with which here is Nabil Hassan, who has made it past his back marker, Jusmin here. Hasnam has yet to do so, so he might be held back just a little bit more. But this means you have about maybe 3 or 4 laps before it starts raining, and you have to pit for a tire change. Depends on how long you can stay out of track for. Maybe you could still stay on slicks for a lap, but you definitely have to pit as soon as the raindrops start falling.
Absolutely, because you have to remember there is a level of grip that you have on track. For example, if it's optimum, that's brilliant. You can actually just drive for a while, but then if it starts getting damp and greasy, that's when you know that you're gonna have to change tires pretty soon. And if your tires are getting very cold, well, good luck to that, keeping that on track. You wouldn't want to actually stay on those when it starts bucketing.
Yeah, rubber is sticky, but only when it's hot, and slicks are absolutely no-go in the wet, because you need to disperse all that water coming underneath your tires. Otherwise, you hydroplane, and then you're into the barrier.
Absolutely. And what else is happening to any one of the drivers here right now, especially if there's championship connotations on the line?
Yeah, I definitely don't want that to happen because it's even slippery on the grass. Wouldn't you know? Meanwhile, Demario Hastam, the gap has extended to about 3 seconds left, so Nabil Azad is very, very comfortable in his position right now. Terry Rayton is still about 9 seconds behind AR Muhammad Ali, so he's going to have to be stuck in this position for quite a little bit longer.
Yeah, Rayton again. If it wasn't for that collision with Reyes, you know, for corporate when he started the car, he would have been close up there to the top 2. But that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Sometimes it's through no fault of your own that your race gets a bit compromised.
Yeah, it is what it is, especially with such close quarters racing. Saying that, however, I think the damage of his car pretty much is out of the way. He's fine now because he's setting pretty fast laps. In fact, his fastest lap is faster than the Mario Haslam's lap.
Yeah, so at this present moment, it looks as though Brick is closing in, but the gap right now is, I'm actually going to the keyboard right now to check the gaps here. 6.7 seconds, I think.
Close, not quite. Maybe add.
Oh, rain's coming.
Yeah.
Rain is coming.
Oh, here it
Rain
is. The
here.
raindrops have fallen. Amoazi on track right now, being the first-hand experience for this. Track is still dry, but won't be for very long. This rain is coming up pretty strong, and you can see that it will only get heavier in the next half an hour.
And this certainly plays into the hands of those guys who have had a weather, wet weather setup in mind. And I see a car coming out of pit lane there. That looks like the 696 Vigo car, and I believe they're on dry weather tires. So that's not good for them. They literally have come out onto the track as it starts raining, unless of course I could be mistaken, because right now I'm seeing him drop further behind. But eventually he came to the pit lane when it's still dry, coming out when it's wet on the slicks.
Yeah, definitely going to be very, very unlucky for you, and you should probably not buy any lottery tickets or leave the house. Anyways, a lot of these drivers probably going to stick out for one more lap right now, as the track is still relatively dry. But they will be taking their pit stops later on, and might include some driver changes as well. So you could see a lot of time being lost between these two drivers. Especially the ones
Yep, having said that, I've actually had a spin.
Oh no.
Luckily, just covered it. So it looks as though that the weather is actually inclement, and you really need to go into the wets now.
Yeah, just as you mentioned it, I'm gonna go look at the replay on you now. No, I shouldn't do that. That should be fair.
That's a bit of a low fruit. Hanging fruit, isn't it?
Hey man, you hand me the controls.
And I'm passing Ali Shadani right now. It looks as though he is on the dry tires as well, so he is slowly picking up the pace, but the rain really came in quite hard. It's not really possible to drive with dry tires.
Yeah,
right
you
now.
can see a lot of drivers already coming into the pits. You already see some drivers accidentally take the lines, and a lot of times have suffered. Ayani Vishnu, one of the first drivers, Taufik Moyin also gone in. Arif Yanto went in, still has to serve his 10-second that will be added on later on. Aldo Balagulan into the pits, Harsono, Hafas, Amir Afiq,
And I'm coming in as well.
all in the pits. You are coming into the pits as well. The top driver in front, Nabil Aslan, is about to come out to the chicane, and it looks like he's taking the line to go. Oh no, he's staying out for another lap.
Oh, now that is absolutely bold.
Yeah, you can see the Mario Haslam, his closest competitor right now, has gone into the pits for a tire change. So did AR Muhammad Alif. Will Terry Rayton do the same, or will he try to undercut the two drivers in front of him? Because it seems like he might have. No, he's going to the pits as well. So Nabil Hassan, the only driver right on track right now who has not pitted, unless of course he was already on the tires before it rained. But it's not possible because he's out. He's been out on track for quite a while.
Yeah, and if the rain gets even harder, he's really gonna suffer on those tires.
Most definitely. But he does seem to be trying to make up as much time as he can. You're going to have to lower your pace for the rest of the track, of course, because you won't have that much grip. But he just wants to extend the gap as much as possible before he goes in for the pits, which is definitely understandable. He's about 30 seconds ahead, 35 seconds ahead of the Mario Hassan right now, who is still in the pits with the tire swap. Terry Rayton again, just behind them as well.
I just managed to get into the pit lane just in time before the fuel meter reached zero. So came to come to the pits for new tires, but forgot to fuel up.
Oh, yeah, that might just be the end of your race there, because you having to go back to the pits, having to teleport yourself back to the pits and then come out of the pit lane at like 50 kilometers an hour when it's as long as a drag strip. Probably not the best idea.
Yeah, but at least this time got the fuel in, 30 laps plus. You can actually go long here because you're not going to use that much fuel in the wet.
That is true. Of course, there will be a lot of driver stops, a lot of pit stops. So for this race in particular, pit strategy is very important.
Indeed. And course, making the right call when you really need to. And the weather is really getting really bad right now. In fact, we're gonna get plus 30, plus wet weather here. Rain's gonna get heavier in the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, definitely. Track conditions are now damp, and you can see the times have already started suffering. We went from 217s in the dry, 218s to 224s, 225s. It's quite dangerous. As you can see, Nabil Hassan just gone wide there. He has now realized that he has no grip. So he will be coming into the pits for this lap, I wager.
And I think Russell might have...
he has not gone into the pit. Oh, there he is.
Yeah,
No, he hasn't gone into the pits.
He's willing to wait it out for a bit longer, but I think for Russell Reyes, for example, he might have some flashbacks of what happened to him during the GT Cup Asia tournament, where he went a bit too long on the dry tires and the rain literally came pelting in when it got clearly wet and he couldn't control his car. So he's learned that the hard way, and now Alan Drake Cruz has to take that lesson. And I think it is Alan that's driving around, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. We found out that Ristofani is now back in the BMW, taking over from Mario Haslam, who didn't serve his full stint, of course. Probably has more confidence in his wet weather driving than Haslam does in himself. But because he's on wets, he is slowly closing the gap onto Nabil Hassan. It's still about a 85 second gap between these two cars, but a lot of time will be made up whenever Nabil decides to pit. As you can already see, the McLaren rear end slipping out constantly, him scrambling to find the grip.
Yeah, it is getting very treacherous out there. In fact, I'm actually reducing my brake bias as we go, so you won't want to have too much on the front, otherwise you'll lock up and spin into Narnia. That's what you do not want to have. And a bit more TC might be needed for a few drivers.
Oh yeah, definitely, because just the considerable lack of grip from the wet is going to hamper your efforts to put power down. Paul Britt is now back in the laundry house car, taking over from Terry Rayton. AR Muhammad is still on track right now. A lot of these cars are currently really close to each other. Of course, AR Muhammad about 4 seconds behind Ristofani. Paul Britt, another 12 seconds behind him. In 5th place in the MPRGP 2 car is William Sujoto.
I forgot which car Sujoto was driving for because he did change teams. What car? What is the number of his car again?
22.
Okay, that's the MPRGP car.
Yep. I forgot who he was subbing in for, but right now it's we're just still on track with Nabil Hassan because I just wanted to see how long he plans to stay out on track with those tires. The gap between him and Ristofani has been cut by about 5 seconds, and if he keeps this up, he's gone wide again. Yeah, that particular corner you cannot take anything higher than 50% throttle as you're coming in into the chicane. Will he be taking the light into the pits? There he is. He's finally gone in for the tire change.
And just as when the track just says wet on the indicator, so Nabil really playing the long game there. But is that detrimental because who's in second right now? It is the number 2 car Ristofani, and he was 19 seconds prior to coming to the pits, I think.
Yeah, and you consider the fact that you have to spend about 15 to 20 seconds changing the tires, and then about a year to get out of the pit lane. So Ristofani could really close the gap on him. The gap has narrowed another 20 seconds cut. So we'll see how long it takes for it to stop.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm finding the track a little bit on the wet side, of course. That's pretty obvious, but there's a lot of puddles being formed right now. So that'll be good once the track starts drying out again, that you can just use those to cool the tires. But I don't think it'll be drying out anytime soon because there's going to be heavy rain coming in about half an hour's time.
Yeah. So, where are we standing right now? Nabil is still in the pit lane. I'm assuming he'll be doing the driver swap soon, I'm guessing. At this point, he might have to, unless they're planning to spread the stints out one by one, where one driver just does the first half of the race, which I don't think is allowed. Is it allowed?
It's fine, so long as that you can actually be within the maximum stint time and you cover up your minimums.
Okay, okay, that's fine then. Ristofani now 20 seconds behind, cutting the gap ever so slightly. He's still right behind. He's just about to come out to the source. That means he will make it past the Stratos Motorsport as they're coming out of the pit lane. He hasn't moved yet. I think
Yep.
this is the driver change.
And the car is still in the pit box, so there we go. I just passed the Aslan brothers' cars in the Stratos car. Ristofani is making a move here right now, and he is in the lead.
Yeah, and AR Muhammad Alif is probably also going to be able to pass him just coming out of the pit lane. He does indeed. That means that Stratos Motorsport is now in third place, but they have a fresh driver behind the wheel in Nakib Aslan.
Yeah, but he's going to go full belt, and slight spin that you might want to put on replay has happened to the Team Racing Line car number 57 into Puhon.
We're gonna have to take a look there right now. 57. I think I went back a bit too far there. Yeah, I think I went back a little bit too far there. I went back about
Minutes.
a whole minute.
Yeah, he spun coming out of Puhon, which is where I am right now in real time. But it looks as though he might have actually gone a bit wide there. It's Zikri, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed.
He found
Oh
the right
yeah,
way
yeah.
to-
Okay, I just saw the spin. Yep. He just bottled it there. Lost a lot of grip on that tire there.
Yeah, pretty much. I think a mirror image of what I was, what I did, having a half spin coming through Puhon as well. But luckily for him, he was not anywhere near anybody, so he could just rejoin back safely.
Yeah, luckily for him, but there were a bunch of cars coming up onto him just as he was recovering right now, so he'll have to let them through. While just behind it, Wafid Priyonata also had a spin that we missed. So he's not having the best time of his life right now.
Yeah, and after having a really good ding-dong battle earlier with Fadli Rahman, he looks as though his race has fizzled out a bit.
There we go. Nakib Aslan has to back in P3. A very familiar position for him over the course of the last 3 races, which I think he did end up having to succeed. Oh, that was a very white line there. What happened there? I think he overestimated how much grip he had coming out of Blanchemont into the chicane and went way wide there. And it's really very easy to overestimate just how much grip you have, especially when you're traveling at such high speeds in Blanchemont especially, because it's a very high speed corner.
Yeah, given the fact that you could take that flat and dry, but in a way it's a completely different kettle of fish, so you do not want to have a massive moment coming through there, because otherwise the barriers on the outside are ready to welcome this next victim.
So that probably wasn't great for him because he ended up seceding about 2 seconds between him and AR Muhammad Alif here, who is still on track. He is going to be a dark horse in this race. Of course, if you remember during Kailami, I think his co-driver Tafiz was on the drive of his life, catching up to Stratos Motorsport in the midnight hours of the race, the 11th hour of the race, and managing to pass them to take their position in Kailami. Hasn't been able to replicate that in Watkins Glen, but he is playing spoiler to them right now here in Spa.
Yeah, in fact, how's the gap right now looking between those two cars?
About 8.5 seconds between those two.
That's
It's very
still quite a big.
substantial.
Yeah, still a substantial, quite a big gap. So I don't think anything will happen right now, unless of course somebody makes a major mistake in that particular instance, and it will create a battle out of it.
Yeah, definitely. Gonna have to maintain, keep a close eye on the top 3 drivers here, because at any point in time, positions can swap, and the Ferrari, I believe, is a bit more delicate in the corners, because there is definitely a chance that you might make a mistake there, as something just fell out of my pocket. I think it was one of my car keys.
Yeah, I could hear that, so that's how good the mic was being picked up there, the sound. But either way, yeah, right now it's just a matter of getting the car to grip into the conditions.
Where we're at on the board right now, ooh, Yamaha Aliva, I thought he lost a bit of grip coming out of the chicane, but he kept it under control, and the gap between him and Nakib Aslan is extending. In fact, it's now over 10 seconds. which is very big
Drive-through.
for their side.
The drive-through penalty has been given to the Java Sim car who's in front of me for position, but not on the same lap. So he's gonna lose at least almost a minute and a half in the pit lane trying to regain back the speed. So that's good news for this particular crew.
Yeah, it's just bad news piling on top of bad news for them. Unfortunately, Java Sim have not really had a very good race this particular event. Of course, them the only Aston Martin on the board, not doing the name good service at this point in time.
Yeah, and also the fact that both of their cars, both Java Sim cars, were
Oh,
involved
we
in
just
the
saw a
early
yellow flag
pilot.
come out there from car number 16, Amiro Afik. Ended up spinning, I think. Let's go back about 15 seconds there. Yeah, he just bottled it right there. Again, same corner. Well, that wiped out a lot of people. Probably just overestimating how much power you'll be able to put out of there.
Luckily for him, he didn't get collected by anybody because at this point in time, with the amount of cars on track, you wouldn't want to face the wrong way against somebody in the rears.
Definitely, of course. As you can see, the times on the board right now are heavily slowed down because of the weather. It does look like the rain might be clearing up in about half an hour's time, however. We have heavier rain within the next 10 minutes, but it will lighten up in the next half hour. However, the wet tires are still a necessity at this point in time.
Yep. In fact, even with the weather receding, it would still be very wet.
Yeah, because the track does take some time to dry out, and even then, it's not that it's stopped raining, it's that it's not as heavy, which means the track is still going to be quite wet. There is going to be a dry line forming over time, but of course, you can see us on track right now. Ammo, you don't see a dry line, do you?
Negative because it's still pretty much buffeting.
Okay, 5 minutes left before the end of hour 2. A lot of things could still happen there.
As Randa Hafas takes a drive through, I think Daryl Brady might have gotten to drive through as well. The eRacing Philippines number 4 car just got a drive through as well. So a couple of them were for track limits.
Yeah, cutting the track is definitely still a problem here. As you mentioned before, the track limits do change ever so slightly between weather conditions here. Yeah, Muhammad Ali still managing to keep it under control. Slowly edging out Nakib Aslan there, 10 seconds ahead. I think Nakib here not as confident at driving in the wet, possibly because that does give a lot of time for his competition, Paul Britt, to get past him. Of course, Paul Britt still has to fight between the two back markers here, Prahatya and Dharma here, holding them up. But he'll be able to clear them quite quickly, and it does seem like he'll give Nakib Aslan a run for his money. Nakib Aslan losing a bit of grip there, coming into late home, sliding on the exit of that corner.
Yeah, and I just let Ristafani by because Ristafani is coming out quite hot. So he's through safely, managed to get by Mandadika for track position. He's still at P14, but Leaf is coming up fast as well. So it's still pretty close between both of them, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is, and it's just whether or not they'll be able to clear the traffic well is the key here. They have to find the correct overtaking spot there. A lot of McLarens on the board, of course. The car behind you is going to be trying to get through. He's right behind you at this point in time.
And I'm looking for track position. At least I unlocked myself from him. He's still a lap ahead, under Andika. Where Ristafani, he's already pulling away, so he's got the wet weather grip between his teeth. Alif still trying to find a way past Andika, but well, it's good.
Yep, does seem to track. He's not far enough behind, far enough ahead. He is flashing his lights now, trying to get Andika to let him through. As they're coming up to the chicane right now, he should be able to let him pass right after this, right before the start-finish straight. But that just means it's harder for Nakib Aslan because he has to fight through Andika and Dharma. And Hafaz. Hafaz is just going off the track to let him through. That's understandable, of course. The gap still quite substantial.
Still is. But again, it's Leaf losing a bit of time here trying to get by Andika, and he does so, but he's still about, what, 6 seconds behind, I would say.
Yes. Yeah, I think you're alright there.
6.4 seconds, but still, who's counting?
Yeah, who's counting it? We'll just count the big numbers, right?
The big numbers are that Mr. Fani finally gets the lead in the race that he so desperately wants to extend his gap over the number 1 JMX Fantasy car for the championship.
Yeah, and is actually holding it this time around as we go over to our weather predictions, where it seems that the rain clearing up isn't going to happen at all.
Yeah, in fact, it's only increasing, and it will stagnate. So we're going to see a wet weather race throughout the entire duration.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of areas where you think you have grip, but you don't actually. Of course, there's going to be puddles on the track where you might just end up straying over when you're trying to make corners happen. It's not going to be a fun time for most of these, for a lot of these people.
Ooh, and nearly came a cropper there as well, coming on a pull-on. Big slide. Well, that's actually about time to wrap things up for a while, but we'll let the images play out in the background once we come back up to something, Damon.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to leave Ammo to his stint. We're going to take an ad break. When we come back, the race will be at, but commentary will only resume around, let's say, 6:30, final hour of the race, right?
Yep.
Okay. In the meantime, enjoy the sounds, the glorious sounds of the GT3 cars, and we will see you in a short, not short, it's like 4 hours. We'll see you in a bit after this commercial.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor since 1885. Computer is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Welcome back to eRacing GP Endurance Edition, final round of the season. Here we are at Circuit Spa de Francorchamps. It is dawning onto the final hour of the race right now, and well, a lot of things have happened since we were away, but one thing is for sure, the consistent factor here is that Amigos Racing Team has been consistently in front this entire time. And they're still holding on to the lead. In fact, it's quite a substantial lead. In fact, they're over a minute ahead of GMX. So all that's left to do is for them to hold on to this next hour, and they'll have this race in the bag. I'm, of course, Damon, and I'll be walking you through to the final hour of the race until the finish, waiting for my colleague and co-commentator, Amo Hazik, to get out of his car and come into the broadcast room. But up until then, it's been pretty intense. We haven't really gotten that much action, over the course of the 5 hours that we were missing. There have been quite a big amount of lull states. Of course, I can see Amo Hazik walking into the door right now. Yeah, other than that, though, GMX in second place with Laundry House managing a very respectable third place, even despite the fact that they're not really in contention for this final event. For the season, to say. And it's been quite a long day here, as we can deduce right now. Amo, you must be really tired. I think you've done about 3 or 4 hours.
4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours exactly in terms of stint driving. A couple of whoopsies here and there, but nothing too major. So at least glad to say that despite being last in the pro class, at least we're getting good points out of it. So top 10 in the championship, I'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, still in. Of course, we did lose a few cars over the course. We started with 24. We are down to 21. There we have 3 DNFs in total. Nothing that will affect the scoreline too badly.
No, not really. The fact that in terms of championship battles, up in front should be still very close. Given the fact that first and second in the championship, second and fifth on the road. So let's see where the connotations will come in later.
Yeah, of course we have Stratos Motorsport here in 4th place right now. I apologize. The camera was on Nakib Azlan's car for about 2 hours, I was told. But aside from that, something might have happened for them to end up dropping quite far back. Another thing was the MPR GP car that also ended up quite far back just after we left. So Domaria Hasnam there in 5th place, trying to make up for lost time, of course. Quite a substantial gap between him and the Stratos Motorsports car, close to a minute, about 52 seconds separating them. So what we're looking at right now is, of course, the man of the hour, Mohamed Tasbi, in the Amigos Racing Team Ferrari, that have been quite stellar over the course of the entire race.
Yeah, especially that given how the race has played out for that particular unit, that probably will be the end of the day. The best sort of result, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So it's been a long day. It's about 7:18 p.m. right now, which means we should wrap up just around 8:30-ish.
Alright.
So for those of you that have been around since the beginning, thank you very much for staying in.
Yep. 8:30ish, or maybe just about a whisker under 8:20. So yeah, we should be done by just a whisker above 8 o'clock.
Yeah. What I want to mention is, of course, while we were off air, there have been weirdly on and off situation when it comes to the weather. Like it rained for about 2 hours, and then it became sunny again, and then around the 2.5 hour mark, it started raining again, but only for about half an hour.
Yep. And frankly enough, the funny thing is, the rain was actually quite intermittent as well in its intensity. So sometimes it could be very heavy, but then when I drove, it was actually very light. That we could still run wet tires for about maybe 20 minutes or so before you had to go back onto the dries again. So it was quite a weird scenario where you want to fill in your stint time, but then you're gonna have to on the fly change it again because of the weather conditions.
Yeah, and it does throw a spanner into the works of some of the strategies that DCs might have formulated over the course of this race. Of course, this is a very long one, and we've almost reached the end of it. And I can't believe we've gotten this far already. It's insane to think that we've made it this far in the final round, and we won't have another season until next year.
And the championship's still waiting to be decided, but crucially though, there's some things that have actually evolved in a way that would not be welcomed by certain teams. For example, the number 333 Apex Racing Brunei car, they were leading the championship coming to this by just 5 points. Now with the 50% points on offer, they might just lose the championship based on countback actually. So that would be quite a painful way to lose the championship at the end of the season, isn't it?
Yeah, especially when you consider the fact that for a majority of the latter half of the race, Apex Racing Brunei was in fact first in class.
Until they had, I think it was an accident because I saw during my stint that the 333 car ended up somewhere in Blanchimont, so they might have had a moment there. Azab flashing the psychopath car of Revian Gumalar out of the way, so you can tell he's quite G'd up here. He just wants to get back onto the wheel tracks of the number 77 Team Techno Audi, but the Audi then is quite ensconced in P8 right now overall and first in class. I don't think in this point in time he'll be having enough time to catch up to the 77.
Let's see the gap between these two cars. Yeah, it's about two and a half minutes. I don't think it's very likely unless for some reason the Audi driven by Team Techno here decides to pit. I don't see that happening anytime soon because Irfan is only just out on track.
And I do hope that some of these guys also clear their stints because we can have teams being bopped for minimum stint limit as a couple of drivers are entering the Zoom call right now to be on camera. Unfortunately, we won't be handling that too much with the fact that there's been so little to do out on track in terms of action in the last few hours. But it's been quite an exciting start to the race, especially in the first hour where one or two chopping and changes and even major collisions. But since then, of course, as often the case in an endurance race, it just enters a lull period, as you said.
Yeah, the biggest times to see something happen is during driver swaps. That happens once every hour. But at the same time, based on how spread out these cars are, it could end up to be really uneventful. But aside from that, however, you can see your teammate here, Simon Speff, coming out alongside.
And he re-overtakes Mohammed Irfan. So Simon Speff, yeah, he's actually pronounced Simon. We've asked him already. Simon comes through. Despite the rather French name, he is actually German.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I'm still gonna call him Simon.
I'll call him by that because I've asked him properly and then he said that it's pronounced Simon. So Simon then passes Mohammed Irfan back to gain track position, and I think about 7 seconds behind Jerry Corina1. There's Corina1 with a heavily damaged car, incidentally, at the front of his boot, so he might have been in the wall somewhere. that caused that particular damage to pop up.
Yeah, it might have been, of course, while Priyanatha was driving that car, they did end up in a couple incidents as well. Might have chosen to forego some of the repairs in order to get back on track as soon as possible. You can see the damage coming out of the car right now.
Not to say terminal, but that is quite heavy damage
Yeah.
for the NPRGP car. Though they are about a lap ahead of the Blue Steel Racing number 12 car, currently driven by Simon Speff. Looks as though they might have been settling into just with the damage towards the end of the season. So not the cleanest of cars, but for Jerry Corina 1 and the rest of the NPRGP 3 car, that's 4th place and a nice return for them in light of what has happened throughout the entire season.
Yeah, they didn't really have the best season, but of course the final race is the one that gives out the most points. And P4 in class is going to be really great for them. Coming up over down to the top 4, we have the Mario Hasnam still trying to catch up to, I think it's Nabil on the road right now.
Car number 911. Who are we looking at right now?
We're looking at the Stratos Motorsport car, P4.
Let's see. Yep. The mice is acting up a bit.
Yeah, it's been in the aircon for about 7 to 8 hours.
Right, now we finally
it's
get...
Nabil, yeah. So, not the best end up. He's going to end up in 4th, P4 again. Pretty familiar sight for him, I almost want to say. Because
Well.
he ended up P4 in Kailami as well. I think he ended up P5 at Watkins Glen. We'll have to read race results. Up until then, however, I don't think we don't have any more incidents, don't have any more protests, don't have any more students inquiries. So I think we're quite on track. About 45 minutes left in the race, of course. It's been a long day for all of us here, especially for Amo, who has done a lot of driving.
and talking while driving as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so looking at the standings right now in the championship, the NPRGP 2 car for the Mario Hasnam and Rialto Ristofani, they're only 1 point ahead of JMX Phantom, and if things stay where they are, Russell Reyes and the crew in the JMX Phantom team will maintain the championship by season's end. So they will probably be laughing all the way to the bank, knowing how their luck turned around quite quickly in light of what happened during the start of the race.
Yeah, a combination of good pit strategies as well as maybe mistakes perhaps from the other teams gave them quite a stroke of stroke of luck in order for them to come back right now. Still in 2nd place, Laundry House, of course, in 3rd. Terry Rayton driving the McLaren Rust Bucket. But other than that, yeah, pretty standard stuff coming into the race. For the drivers to stay this long, it was definitely a test of endurance.
Indeed. And, well, for the 111 Stratos team, it may be a season of what might have been had it not been for some incidents throughout the entire season that really put them out of contention for wins at times. Though, yes, granted, they've had podiums in a few of those races, but the championship lead is the one that loses them right now, and coming towards the end now as the season gets into its crescendo, not the best way to end it off.
Yeah, from the standings that I can see right now, of course, top 5 teams in contention are probably all still going to be remaining the same. They'll still maintain their top 5 spots. As for the rest of the field in the back, I think Veloci Ragazzo, Blue Steel Racing, and GSR all holding up the east side of the standings board are going to be relatively happy staying in the top 10, of course.
Certainly, not very least for some of the other guys who are outside, who are in that top 10, having poor starts to the race. By the looks of it, I think for well, this correspondence interest, this is though NPRGP number 22 might just overtake Blue Steel Racing 12 for P8, but still a top 10 finish, irregardless of what happens.
Yeah, and okay, we're going back to the Pro-Am Championship after the drop scores here. Yeah, Apex Racing Brunei going to be really kicking themselves now because of this 5-point lead that they might be surrendering just behind Team Techno here. MPRGP, another 5 points just behind them as well, but they looks like they will be staying in 3rd place after this. Actually Racing in 4th and then Racing in 5th. Rising Line 6 Sim Racing Philippines, Java Sim, Alpha and Beta, and then Serpu and Race Stick. Rounding up the total standings here.
Indeed, and looking at some of the winners and losers from this particular round and throughout the entire season, it has to be said that MPRGP, despite having missed out a round, they could have actually been up in the championship fight had they not missed that. So a win in round number 2 at Bathurst, sensationally of course, because it was an MPRGP win in both classes. Second in Kyalami, and a bit of a disappointing 6th last time out in Watkins Glen. So coming to the front, they're kind of like the outsiders. But in the Pro-Am stakes, that is the thing right now, as there's a pit stop towards the end of the race outside of the 1 hour and 10 mark for the number 77 Techno car, just as we were talking about championship permutations.
Ooh, okay. The problem right now is that Apex Racing Brunei is very far behind, in fact. Whether or not the driver slot will give him enough time to catch up remains to be seen. There's about 80 seconds split between these two drivers right now.
Yes, and it's probably because it's stopped out of sync. Now,
Yeah, they're still a lap behind.
Yep, the Apex Racing Brunei car just overtook the Team Techno car. But the Techno car is still rolling in pit lane. Plus, you have to remember, he still has to serve his pit stop. Now this is actually getting interesting because this is all about championship points at stake here.
Yep.
And how long would a pit stop be? Is it a splash and dash or is it a full service, you reckon?
Oh, what I think is what you should be doing is just a little dab of fuel. I don't know if you should be changing tires at this point in time.
Oh, we can't tell for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
A little dash of petrol coming out there. Trying to keep the gap as wide as possible there. You can see just behind the gap is slowly decreasing right now. It's about 1:30, 1:20.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this one, and we keep an eye on Azza on track. Once the number 77 dot starts moving, then we'll see where he'll come in relation to the triple tree.
Yeah, so Azza here having to race like out of his mind if he wants to keep those championship dreams alive. Very sleek Mercedes in black, of course.
Actually, they have sponsors and liveries, but
Just haven't downloaded it.
Yeah, no, actually, it didn't pop up properly. There goes the 77.
Yeah.
So, the little glimmer of hope that a championship fight is still gonna be turned on its head is somewhat anticlimactically ended because you can see it was just a splash and dash after all. And Muhammad Irfan still stays to the car to finish off the season with 40 minutes left to go here.
Yeah, there's still about a minute ahead unless you can make up maybe 4 seconds a lap, which is unlikely, so to speak, unless a miracle happens. There's no driver change. Yeah, on track for Team Techno to end up with the championship in their hands.
Yep, and it's still the ball is in their court, so to speak, so they really have an opportunity here to consolidate as now they're being lapped by champion-elect Russell Reyes, and there he goes. Both Indonesian teams, of course, JMX Phantom and Team Techno, but they wouldn't want to get in each other's crosshairs for no apparent reason, so at least Irfan knows that full well. He doesn't want to be the one to cause the collision between these two, and incidentally, we're looking at 2 champion-elects.
Yeah, right in the same screen right there is your pending pro champion as well as your pending pro-am champion. We're very excited to see right now, especially.
Yep.
That was my deodorant that just fell out of my pocket. Hang on.
Anyhow, let's see if there's anything to focus on track. In fact, there is a bit of a fight between guys in the bottom end of the spectrum. This is Muhammad. No, it's not. I thought it was Bintang for a second. It's actually Rajamiro Shaukat and Bimo Arya. So it's Malaysian team versus Indonesian team. The Academy versus Psychopath. Not Psychopath. It's the second entry for Bigo Racing. More silver colors on this one.
I thought you were just gonna call them psychopaths straight up.
No, Psychopath is the other Indonesian team, the 991. This is the 696 of Bimo Arya driving for Bigo Racing team. And looks as though Shaukat may be able to just challenge here. So at least we got a bit of a battle on track to talk about as Alif up, no, in fact, it's Tasbi in the Amigos car overtaking them. So now they can be clear to fight each other.
Okay, sector 2 right now. This is, of course, one of the slower sections of the track, so there's plenty of opportunities for you to catch up. Not so much to make a move up until you reach
the end of the straight leading into the chicane.
Yeah, but this is Ferrari versus Ferrari, of course. So the only way to differentiate these two is a mistake from one of the drivers, and you got a feeling that Raja Amirul will try his best to pressure Di Maria into a mistake.
Yeah, the unpublished sequel to Ford versus Ferrari is of course Ferrari versus Ferrari. Battle 45 years in the making.
Ferrari versus Ferrari is basically Leclerc versus Ferrari strategies.
Pretty much. But again,
Mistake there for Maria. That's an opportunity there for Raja Amirul to try and find his way past. He's actually going around the outside.
Coming out to Blanchimont. Yeah, passing on the outside. They're still side by side right now. Ooh, Shaukat managing to edge out ahead. Ooh, look at how intense the driving is. Arya ended up going wide there, giving a lot of space to Shaukat. Just makes that move happen and cinches it right at the chicane.
Yep, and this might be a good time to check a replay of how that particular move played out 30 seconds ago. As now we go in here. So here's a far shot of how it looked like. Arya on the inside, Shaukat on the outside. Shaukat had a better momentum coming out of Stavelo all the way to Blanchimont. And it looked much closer than the camera angle. In fact, it was very close.
Oh yeah, he just swerved in there, and then Arya had no choice but to end up lifting off just a little bit in order to not cause a collision for both of them. But very, very brave driving here from Shaukat.
Absolutely. And because of that, he is now able to gain at least one more position in the Pro-Am category. At least if they're not plumb last or sorts. 8th place in the Pro-Am category.
Yeah, definitely good result for them. They'd be happy with that. I think this is one of their first seasons together.
Well, technically the Academy team have been omnipresent ever since the very first Endurance Edition. Of course, they were champions in 2021, courtesy of Alex Chia and Bernard Chan, as well as Nicky Lim. So, but all three of them have gone on to do other stuff associated to racing. The successors to the Academy team have not been able to replicate the success that particular unit have done, but they've not covered themselves in too much shame. They've actually done pretty well for themselves throughout the entire season.
Yeah, I don't mean the team specifically, I mean the drivers. But yeah, Shaukat here, of course, one of our fastest drivers in the bronze class over a global edition. In case you were also watching that, we're just letting you know as well. So we know these guys are fast, but this is a pretty big test for them.
Yeah, especially against a field of drivers that are very quick. But of course, we're looking at Rajamir Shaukat, the leader in the copper category, and champion-elect. He's on the cusp of winning the championship. And according to him, to his calculations, he might just win it if he wins race number 1. But because race number 1 has more points on offer, so he does have a point there.
Yep. As long as he keeps winning race 1s. Is what he says, basically.
Well, race 1 in the final round, yes, that would just secure the title for him.
Yeah, because you definitely get more points. You get more points in the final race. Yeah. Okay. Again, we're back into the lull state here. Of course, Omar Irfan is slightly only behind Ison there, but because they're in different classes, this isn't really a battle that we should pay too much attention to. And then we're coming back here, basically just ends up evening out. We're back into the lull state. Last 35 minutes before the race ends.
Though, you say that, last time out, Mohamed Irfan did an 18 flat, whereas Enzo Ison did a 19.7, so 1.7 seconds he took out of the driver in front. So it's not over yet. It's going to be Audi versus Audi, but between two different classes. Mohamed Irfan, though, definitely the class of the Pro-Am field today, and on his way, possibly, we're going to say possibly, to a Pro-Am championship. So ERS Team Techno then will be hoping that their man will bring the car home and probably a bonus of overtaking yet another car right in front for good measure. 5.3 seconds now. He's chipped away yet another 7/10 this time around.
Yeah, the unofficial spin-off, of course, unpublished of Ford versus Ferrari, Audi versus Audi. I'm going to keep running with this show every time you mention manufacturer battles.
Yes.
But yeah, Team Techno here, doing very well for themselves again.
Yeah, but Audi versus Audi is just basically if Audi's board of executives can agree if they want to enter Formula 1 versus the Formula 1 team.
I don't think they'll ever make it into Formula 1.
Well, they keep saying that they want to, but then there's persistent rumors that they want to pull the plug. Plus, they've already pulled the plug on the actual Audi Sport GT3 program, IRL. And of course, then let's not forget how incensed us endurance racing fans were when we found out that the LMDH was cancelled.
Yeah. We spent too much money on trying to make emissions regulations, I suppose. Let's not dwell on that. Those are real world things. We're not in the real world right now. We're in Belgium.
if Belgium was,
Belgium's not in the real world.
yeah, Belgium is as if Belgium's not real.
Belgium isn't real, neither is Spa.
Yeah, so it was a country invented so that the British and Germans can have sort of the differences.
Yeah.
In the Bulge, of course. But we're going to World War II jokes now.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's
Let's move on from that.
Okay, let's see. Irfan Arifanto is now back in the car. That he was always there. Yeah.
Yeah, but Reyes is in the pits, and now that's interesting because
And he run out of fuel.
yeah, but he's gonna go away already, so he's off. But where is Nakib Aslan? There's Nakib across the start finish line. This might be a change of position on the rostrum.
All right, just that he's made it past. Yep. Nabil Aslan taking off ahead of Russell Reyes there. Not too sure why he pitted, but that might be a crucial mistake. The only reason I can think of that he pitted was that he ran out of fuel.
Well, actually not out of field, but because of this previous pit stop cycle where we pitted during the wet period.
Oh,
that's
right,
why.
yeah, that's probably why, yeah.
Yeah.
You wouldn't expect that to happen in this particular situation, but that might be a very costly decision made by GMX Phantom here, dropping down to 4th in the standings right now. And as we go over there to the current standings of the pro teams.
And Hasnam's in as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So Hasnam further behind is already in. And if he falls behind the sister car that's being driven currently by Williams and Jondo, that will actually put a pain into any sort of points they would have get for trying to outscore the JMX Phantom car. And this would give the title to the JMX Phantom.
Ooh, boy. Wasn't really expecting this outcome. Again, still not sure why both of them pitted. But aside from that, Nabil Aslan's going to be pretty happy. Another P3 finish for him. Again, on the podium, Terry Rayton is now in 2nd for Laundry House, so good on them. They'll still be in the top 5, of course, alongside Stratos. But more importantly, this is playing spoiler to the results of the top 3 teams.
Yes, and the big spoiler is that it will be the 911 Laundry House car.
Yeah. But if you think about it, Amigos isn't really that far behind the 2 teams. So
And that's the big.
yeah.
And that's the major spoiler, in fact, because if they win this,
They'd win the whole thing.
yeah, not bad for a team that basically, again, one of those teams that did race in round number 1, went for round 2 onwards, and go as Nabil enters the pits.
Okay, something is going on. Someone has to explain to me what's going on right now.
I think, again, it's just that pit stop sequence during the wet period where we had about 20 minutes of rain. That was enough to send drivers back into the pit lane scrambling because we literally had to reset the stint times.
Yeah, and now Reyes is back in front. Oh, okay. Another interesting development here. Hasnam is still behind his teammate Sujoto here.
Indeed. Well, in fact, Hasnam is he still in the pits?
Now, yeah, he just left. Well, whoa, that was a long pit.
Yeah, and now he's behind the sister car. And there goes Reyes for good measure, overtaking him out on track. So that's a double whammy for sure. He's now a lap behind.
Oh, this is going to be a problem. Problems everywhere here for the teams in the very 11th hour. In the 11th hour of the race here. We're going down to our last 30 minutes before the end of the race. And some interesting things have happened over the course of the past 5 minutes. We had 3 cars pit when I felt like they shouldn't have, of course. The intermittent weather may have had something to do with that here. As one more Irfan is still cementing his lead. We can see Azza here not being able to close the gap very much. It's still a minute and 5 seconds separating these 2 cars. So I think Team Techno does have this in the bag.
Indeed, but we're just focusing on it because this is going to be just a battle all the way to the end, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unless, of course, Mohamed Irfan can produce something out of the hat to get by Enzo Eisen, then it's just a battle we want to look out for because it's just been absolutely superlative from the Team Techno guys to be up there, almost mixing it with the pro guys.
Yeah, and you can see that just Nabil Hassan just stepping out of the pits right now. The gap between him and Russell Reyes is about 60 seconds, 70 seconds. So this is going to be put paid to the plans of Stratos Motorsports to play spoiler for GMX Phantom. But GMX Phantom isn't quite safe yet.
Well, safe in terms of the fact they're a couple of positions ahead of their immediate rivals. So
Yeah.
because the 1 point advantage coming into this round, it will be the JMX Phantom team after all winning the championship. Irfan has a huge slide coming out of the corner there, cut out of Brussels into Jackie Hicks' corner. On board with him now. How it looks like from his angle, it looks very calm now, but it was a bit hairy at one point.
Okay, we also have to consider how many points do you get for first in comparison to third?
Plus 50%. So if you can do your mental arithmetic right now, 25 on top of championship points, fastest lap.
Okay, fastest lap right now is being held by GMX Phantom. That is the only 216 that we have over the course of this entire race. So,
so let's just say 25 points times 40 out of 100, and that will be a plus 10. So 35 points.
So 35 points for first place. How much do you get for third place? Or second?
Oh, hang on. 50% on hand. 12 and a half.
12 and a half. So
that will be 37 and a half points.
wait, how do you get less points in first place than you do in second?
10, 25 plus 10 is 35.
Yep.
25 plus 12 and a half, 37 and a half. So 2.5 points
27 and a half.
Yeah, 37 and a half. So that would be 37 and a half points for the victory, plus the two fastest laps that would be 39 and a half. So that's the max number of points you can actually win for this particular round of the season.
Oh, yeah, that... Shoot. You know what that means? That means that if GMX Phantom holds the second place, they'll be half a point ahead of Amigos for the championship title.
Okay, wait. Let's
redo this map.
Yeah, okay. So, right now it's 56 points.
Yeah.
Plus the 12 and a half for the win. 37 and a half for the win, of course.
Yeah.
We're doing mental arithmetics while everyone's a little bit...
You say mental arithmetics,
yeah.
but you're using a calculator.
Yeah, 93 and a half points.
93 and a half points.
So, second place, that is 20 points times 50 out of 100. And that will be 10 points extra, so that's pretty much correct.
Yeah, they'll be ahead by half a point. Because you end up with...
30 points, yeah, so that's 30. That's plus 10, so 30 points.
We're gonna be stuck here for a while doing this math.
Yeah.
Okay. So 25.
Okay, keep your notes on right now.
Yeah. So
We'll do the mental arithmetic. So
yeah. Okay, so
that's 93.5 points for the Amigos Racing guys.
So 25 points plus 12 and a half. That's 94.5. Wait.
Okay.
Shoot.
All right.
Shoot. You know what? You go back to the commentary. I'm gonna do this math right now.
Okay, and don't forget to get a pencil on you. Just for good measure.
Go ahead. Keep going while I do this math in my head. It's been a while.
So if it's half a point, that means where at this stage right now, we've gotten the most dramatic finish to the championship as we can think of. As right now on screen, there's Irfan going by Enzo Eisen. So there he is. Now that's a position gain for the Indonesian in Team Techno, and how they would love to end the season ahead of another pro guy. So really then, class of the field this season, and for the Apex Racing guys, it might be case of so close yet so far. It's just really disappointing that at the last hurdle, because of the more points on offer, that's how they lost it.
Where is the pencil?
I think we had a pencil somewhere in the commentary box just now.
Okay, whatever. 93.5 points for Amigos if they win, and then we have...
Oh, this is... if the camera's on right now, it's just basically us trying to find something to write on, like a bunch of Neanderthals. But, yeah.
You get 50% points for fastest lap as well? Or your fastest lap just...
Put it on a notepad.
Okay.
Type it on a notepad there. So...
Wait, hold on. Where did it go? Was it not there?
No.
Oh. I'm should get a stationary box in here. Anyways, ignore our very, very much fallible math. So 93.5 points is Amigos Racing Team current maximum amount of points they can get.
Okay, so you do the math, I do the note taking.
Okay, so Amigos would get 93.5.
That's correct.
From their current points. So we're now counting GMX Phantom who have 60 points right now. Right?
Yep, 93.5 for that.
So they get 30 points for second place. So they have 90 points. But they also have fastest lap.
92.
That means Amigos win.
Wow. Can you imagine that?
Off of the back of that, we just... Okay, Took us a while to get there, but we are there, and of course we will confirm that Amigos will end up with the championship if they finish first. And based on the current standings, about 2 minutes ahead of GMX Phantom, they are definitely on track.
Yes, but you have to count. Remember, MPLGP. They are a factor in this as well. Unless, of course, something happens that is dramatic in the final.
Yeah, okay.
23 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So how much do you get for finishing 6?
10 points.
That's not enough. They'll be down to 3rd. No, they'll be down to 4th.
Yeah, because Stratos is ahead.
Yeah, so this is going to be very bad for them. Because right now, the biggest 2 teams in contention are the teams that are in top 2 right now.
Yes. Okay, so I got my Excel sheet in my hand right
Yeah.
now. Now then, so you said. So how many points is it for P1 again? It's
P1 is 25 points, base.
Yeah.
50% of that is 12.5, so you get 37.5.
all right. So that will be for Amigos.
Yeah.
37 and a half.
So
Okay.
37.5, right now they have 56, so they'll have 93.5.
Yep. Correct.
Correct. And GMX Phantom have 60 points. They'll get 30%. They get 30 points for finishing in second. So 20 points plus 10. They'll be on 90, and then they have fastest lap right now, so that's 2 points.
Okay. So 32, right? For second place.
For second place and fastest lap.
Yes.
So yeah, they'll be ahead by 1.5 points.
Wow. Wait. There we go. Mental arithmetics aside, we actually got there in the end, as you said. So
Yeah.
that is correct. So what about MPLGP then? They finished 6. 10 plus 2.5.
10 plus 2.5.
And sorry, so 10 plus
50%.
50%. Yeah.
That is 15.
You sure?
There's no way.
Okay. Let's,
So 15 plus 61, they'll be 76.
Okay, can you double confirm the math then?
Yeah,
Because
okay.
We're doing arithmetic right now. While we're doing that in the background, here is a screen montage of our now champions elect that we
So,
put it
so
in.
10 points times 50%, so that's 1.5, so 15. 15 points in total.
Yep.
Yeah, they'll have 76 points, which means they'll be put down quite far behind. So,
that's
76
25
points.
So that's 25 points, isn't it? 10 plus 15.
No,
25.
no, it's 10 plus 5. Because the 6th position is 10 points, right?
Yes.
But 50% of that is another 5. So you get 15 in total.
Okay. No, you're right.
So,
76.
right now, if MPRGP are in their current position,
And
we
what
have
about what about Stratos?
Stratos, right? Stratos is in 4th.
And that's 13 points.
17 points. 50% of that is...
No, 13 points, yeah.
Oh, sorry, 13 points. 13 points. 50% of that is 19 and a half.
Okay, so 19 and a half then.
19 and a half plus 47.
13 times 13 plus 19 and a half
13. From where?
from P4.
No. They get 50% points. So they finish 4th. 4th normally gives them 13 points. We're adding an extra 50% points.
Yes.
So if I do that, that means that 13. Oh, son.
Yeah, no profanity on camera. We got kids watching.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's an extra 50%. So we
Alright.
have 19.5 in total,
Yes.
which gives Stratos a grand total of 66.5 points. So they'll still be in 4th.
Yep.
Laundry House is in 3rd place,
And that's 16.
16. So they have 24 points. 24 plus 39 is 63. Yeah. So aside from Amigos and GMX Phantom's positions being swapped, everyone else is pretty much the same.
Yep. And now that is actually a spanner for the. That's a turn up for the books, isn't it?
Yeah.
You thought that a team that didn't compete in the first round of the season, you might be on the back foot, but the back-to-back wins they've had over from Watkins Glen and interchangeable conditions on both races, no less, they're going to bring home the title.
Yeah, let's not forget the amazing race that Tasbi had in Kailami to steal away Nabil Aslan's position at the 11th hour in order to secure that position, which gave him the points to put himself in this position. So, credit where credit is due. Amigos Racing Team really pulled it out of the hat for this season.
Yeah. And despite, again, missing around, the drop point system does count in their favor, and that is 1.5 points right at the death, mate.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Russell Reyes. The 2nd place is not good enough, unfortunately.
he's about 2 minutes behind Tasby, so he'll be hoping that Tasby and Alif's car come a cropper right at the death to actually come back at them and try to snatch back or rather retake first place
Yeah,
and win
basically-
and retain the title.
Yeah, basically what you're hoping for is for Amigo's car to be in a catastrophic accident that renders their car completely immobile and unusable.
Yes, but what else did that happen?
Yeah, exactly, right? So you got 18 minutes left here, and for the time being, 7 hours and 40 minutes of driving, and the Ferrari's still fine. So, you know, I mean, a man can dream, definitely, but like, there is a time where some dreams are just too big to achieve.
Yep, and for Reyes, that will be a dream too far. You know, a bridge too far, a dream too far. He'll be kicking himself, knowing the fact that it's right at the death, isn't it? Not just Reyes, but for Alan Drake Cruz and who's the other driver that's part of their stable for this particular round. They will be really bitterly disappointed that it's the last hour that they've done it. That, you know, does them in.
Yeah. And to think about it, they came into this round 1 point behind MPRGP. They will finish this round 1.5 points behind. Our start of the show here is, of course, the Amigos Racing car. We can't really go back to any of the other drivers on the grid right now because it doesn't seem like there's any particular competition happening. No battles really to speak of. We're in that part of a lull state where it's a bit more important or somber than the other lull states that we have so far. But aside from that, yeah.
Yep, and of course, we're talking about the other third driver for the JMS car was definitely registered for this one. So, really then, it goes back to that technicality. They've done all they could throughout the entire season to do it, but it's just the final hurdle, isn't it?
Yeah, and we definitely have Tasbi in the Zoom call right now, so perhaps we can probably go to an interview later on with them once this race is over.
Yeah, 15 minutes after this left to go, so less than a quarter of a season now, in fact quarter of a race, at the crescendo of the season left to go here for Tasbi and for Alif and for Jin as well, because Jin will definitely be contributing part to this success because of how well he drove during his races as well. In that part before Alif came back and took the championship right on its head.
Yeah. What a track, Spa.
Yeah.
Considering the amount of incidents that have happened so far, especially in the sector that Tasbi is entering right now. This second sector has had a fair share of incidents happening here. I think most of the incidents that we've noticed have happened here.
Yeah, especially, of course, what happened between the Stratos car and the MPRGP car when that overtake happened. That's when the biggest point of contention of the season with championship points at stake happened. And the Stewards incidentally just gave a slap on the wrist for the triple one, so they got away that one. In hindsight, really didn't do much because what happened afterwards for the number 2 car during when we were off the air, while most of us were racing, was that it's the number 2 car involved in the wars, and they've been on recovery mode since then. So P6 as a return will definitely be a sour aftertaste for them, but at least it's fine in the end as we got a big accident for the car number 57. There's Zikri on the side of the road. Oh, very lucky that he is well and truly alert this time around, but let's see what happened to him that caused this.
So you can see he's coming out to the very fast final sector here, going. Looks like he just might have just lost it on the AstroTurf there. Coming over the curb, yeah, just touched the curb, ended up losing it. Oh, yeah.
Slight touch at the barriers.
Slight touch of the barrier, yeah.
Not too painful for him, but of course, probably it's just the fatigue kicking in, you know, because it's been 8 hours since these guys started.
Yep, definitely. And of course, I was here for the 8 hours. We're not here in front of the broadcast room. I was there watching Ammo drive and then going on to racing. Racing is hard work, man. As I have discovered to my own detriment while I was waiting for you to finish your stint.
Yeah, and I still feel I can go for at least one more round to complete it off, but again, we're not going to overdo the stint time, of course. We only have a 57% limit on the stint times.
Yeah, I mean, that's just you being a masochist.
Can we say that over there?
Yeah, of course you can. It's not a bad word.
Yeah, well, It's just basically I got the endurance to do so. I'm used to it. Very much
Should
so.
we put you in the 24-hour one next?
No. Of course not. You'll be absolute stark raving mad if you want to do a complete 24 hours. But for Zikri, quite a sad way to end the season there. In light of a very positive season for the Rising Line team, because they finally, no, in fact, they didn't break their duck. Just oh, wait, they have. No, they didn't. In fact, they broke their duck last season, winning at the Nürburgring, controversial circumstances when they clattered with a Philippines car to win that one. But this season has been okay so far. 5th, 9th, 5th, and 7th. So they can drop battles with that one because they finished 9th there. But overall, a decent season.
They're about to
did,
finish 6th this time around as well. So pretty middle of the pack result for them. Yeah, you can see the flag on top of their car as well. I only just noticed that.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Because we don't get much of an aerial shot here, but support Palestine that one and all that jazz. It's a nice touch though. It really complements the livery.
Yeah, it actually looks kind of nice on top of the car.
If we can get a helicam, of course, can see that one.
That just made it really hard to see now. Alright, never mind that right now.
Yeah. It's just for show.
Okay,
So,
oh.
And speaking of for show, he actually came to a complete stop, trying to let Tasby by, and luckily no histrionics there.
Yeah.
Oh,
course.
this might be a good shot. We can see it. There you go.
Ah, okay, that's nice.
Right, so... Oh, Tasby actually enters the pits in that regard. But it might just be a normal service here that will just give a slither of hope to Russell Reyes and the JMX Phantom guys, but probably not enough.
Yeah, so 10 minutes left. There is a 2-minute gap that is rapidly closing in right now. Whether or not that leaves anything, any space for Russell Reyes to come by is to be debated, assuming Tasby ends up trapped in the pits for whatever reason.
And that could be a possibility because that has happened before, you know, because we've had guys who were leading the way, then suddenly hardware failure causes them to be stopped in the box.
Let's hope that's not what ends up happening right now, as we are now on track with Russell Reyes here, slowly closing the gap. The gap is now down to 90 seconds.
Yep.
We're still waiting for Tasby to exit the pit lane. He's just about in the stop box.
And this might be for the championship fight, you know, because remember the permutations you just calculated?
Yep.
Tasby has to stay ahead of Reyes, and likewise Reyes has to get ahead of Tasby. There's Tasby's in his box. Now we look at where Reyes is. This might just be a splash and dash for the Singaporean team.
Yeah, all they have to do is get a little bit of fuel. Okay, yeah, he's out. Yep, so I think that's put paid to this fight right now. There's still over a minute gap between these two cars, so I don't think Russell Reyes will be able to make that gap in time. Probably filled up just enough for I want to say 6 more laps, 7 more laps maybe. Yeah, that's probably it. That's probably how much he just pitted, because he doesn't have to push the car that much anymore.
Indeed, he doesn't. So he could just take it back, relax, take the sides of the Ardennes, and just stroke the car home, knowing for a fact that, unbeknownst to him, he might just be able to win the championship if our maths are correct.
I mean, I don't doubt. I went to a Chinese primary school, man. My maths is always correct.
Well, I hope we will. You got the calculation right there. Let's hope that it is correct for everyone's sake. And, well, we're looking at the champions right now.
Yeah, definitely. Stellar season from them, of course. Fantastic drive. Again, as I mentioned, from this driver at Kailami. Very good drive there in the wet, being very aggressive, and then managing to cinch 3rd position away from, I think it was Nabil Azlan who was driving at the time, right before the end of the race, around the 15-minute mark. So, 53 seconds separate these two cars. Paul Braid, of course, still in 3rd place with the Laundry House car, which is a good finish for Laundry House, of course.
Absolutely. Despite the trials and tribulations at the start of the race where they were leading the way, but then got unceremoniously dumped by the JMX Phantom car that time round.
Yeah.
A good recovery to finish 3rd though.
Yeah. And of course, the only Australian team, Oceanic team in our top 10, of course, Laundry House is. Yeah. 8 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yep. Former champions, of course, in 2021, one in the hands of Philippa Bakita, Andrew Lawrenson, and the like. They haven't had. This is probably in terms of their standards, not their best season. Despite having a second place at the start of the season in Barcelona, fourth place in Bathurst, their home track, of course.
Yep.
Missing out in Kyalami because they didn't turn up, and just about being able to be classified in the previous round of Watkins Glen. If they weren't, they would have actually been right at the back foot here. But they are now on their way to potentially finishing in the top 5 in the championship at least.
Yeah, so what we can do right now is, as we're wrapping up towards the end of the race here, we can go back to some of the teams' histories over the course of the season. In case some of you may have missed out, of course, Amigos Racing Team did very well in the latter half of the season. Stratos Motorsports had a pretty okay season, but probably not by their standards. Of course, Amo here would probably remember the results of them from race 1 onwards.
And likewise, we haven't really featured them much on the camera as we've been speaking the last half an hour, but your heart goes out to the MVRGP number 2 guys, because they were at one point in contention for the win, but just that today hasn't been their day, isn't it? Luck has completely deserted them, and on occasion you might say that they were just tantalizingly close to get the lead, but something happens to be in the way.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, to be unlucky on this particular round is pretty much the kiss of death for their championship hopes and dreams. They're going to have to be trying again next season. Hopefully we'll be able to see them come back stronger than ever, of course. Yeah, aside from that, what are your hopes for next season?
Well, because we've had now, if Amigos Racing Team would win this one, different champion again. Because we've had different champions in every single season so far. So that's good. That's balance.
Fair point.
So, moving on to some other cars as well.
I don't know why the BMW actually just looks like a Lexus in the back.
It kind of does actually.
It does. Like,
Yeah.
have you seen the, was it the LC?
Yeah, the 500.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
It's a bit, yeah. And other cars to focus out for. We didn't really focus much on these guys either, the GSR Esports guys.
Yep.
Fahad Ghafoor, Taufik Moyen and Shazwan Shafiq have had a quiet season, if we can say so. But the results are there to speak for themselves, and yet another top 10 finish in the championships on the cards for them.
Yeah, Fahad Ghafoor, of course, is our primary race steward.
And server provider.
Yeah.
So
He's got a lot of jobs on his hands.
And the guy who works out behind the scenes
Yeah.
to make this happen. And the other pro car we're highlighting, of course, it's the Blue Steel Racing car who has been in through the wars on the podium in the first race of the season before a penalty took the car out of there. But still, 4th place, best ever result for the team. And as per somewhat of a crazy tradition, that Blue Steel will perform so well in Barcelona, but the rest of the season has been a bit meh. But good thing is, this car has been in the points in every round at least.
Yeah, definitely. The second you drop out of points, you're pretty much out of contention for most of the races there. And I refuse to mention the livery. We should pay no mind to that.
Oh yes, but Simon Speff, myself included, and Sharik, who unfortunately only could drive for 1 hour today, including qualifying, I think for all intents and purposes has been a very somewhat decent race. An okay race, but to end of the season at least, the one thing you want to do is to finish the final round of the season, to end of the season.
Yeah, you want to finish. You want to bring the car over in one piece. If you see Mama Bintang there, suffering a drive-through penalty, he may have cut the track somewhere.
Yeah, and he's in the pits here. So, after highlighting some of the pro teams, let's go to the Pro-Am category teams. And this one in particular is, I think, incontrovertibly the champion for Pro-Am.
Yeah, definitely. Azad, no chance in heck they'll be able to keep up. Still about a 40-second gap. But a credit to Azad, closing the gap by about 30 to 40 seconds over the course of the past 10 minutes is no small feat.
Well, I think 30-40 seconds in the space of that period may be a bit stretching it, but he has chipped away at the advantage somewhat slightly, but again, still not enough to overhaul the Team Techno guys, and I think after such a strong start to the season, they will feel that this is their just rewards.
Yeah. Although, considering right now, it's really hard to tell because they're okay, 5-point difference between these two drivers, P1 and P2 in class. So, P1 gets 37.5 points.
Oh,
P2
we have a yellow
get-
flag.
Yeah, we have to do maps now. I have to do maps now. That is Daryl Brady. He's just gone off. Unknown whether he'll be able to rejoin the track or not. Seems like he. Oh, yep.
Oh, he's going straight into the wall.
I think his steering's gone.
And the throttle too. So we'll have to rewind back what happened to this one, because I remember that this particular car was in the pit lane for an extended period due to hardware problems, and it might just be a case of that again. Let's go back about a minute to see what happened here.
Yeah, as they're coming out to the second sector of the track right now, you can see the car looks fine in every sense of the word. But then, as you can see, for some reason, it just ends up going off, and then we haven't yet been able to deduce why and how. But it would be an incredible shame for them, because oh look, his brakes just went on.
Yep. And then when he tried to get back on the throttle, you can hear the car revving.
Yeah.
You can hear it revving, and then it just gets stuck, and then suddenly, almost like magic, the car suddenly picks up so much speed and whacks the barriers.
Yeah, it goes a million miles an hour into the barrier. Must have really wanted to kiss it, but that is so sad. Yep. Yeah, his steering's not working as well. Yeah. So ended up the pedals started working, and then the steering doesn't. So that is really unfortunate for him, especially when it's so close to the end of the race right now. We have about 2 minutes left.
But he'll be classified still, regardless.
Yeah, because he did finish more than 95% of the race distance, so good for him at least.
And the car's still there, by the way, so...
It's still on track, yeah, so he's trying to find a way to fix it.
Yeah, just to finish it off. Otherwise, he'll just be outside of his position that he's normally classified, but he's about a few laps ahead of the next car, which is Mohamed Bintang anyway.
Yeah, so in regards to that, it's pretty fine for him. Of course, we are rapidly approaching right now Muhammad Tasbih in what could be his final lap after this chicane.
A victory lap, no less, because this is coronation time for the Amigos Racing team. Because coming to the season, we didn't see Alif or Tasbih in the entry list, and now we could be able to see them coming here. So Tasbih wiggles there.
Swerving.
He's already swerving. He's wiggling a lap too early.
Not yet. He just said final lap, but you hadn't crossed the line when that happened. Okay, one last minute left. 55-second gap in front of Russell Reyes, of course. Kasi Tasbih is cheering on the mic right now, on the camera right now.
Yep. But don't cheer too soon. We've had drivers who have actually come a cropper when they celebrate too early. But he's smiling right now. He knows for a fact that this particular torture is coming to an end. He's weaving left and right now. It's almost as if he's trying to ask us to talk about his final lap, which, fortunately for him, we are going to. But coming around now to Lake Home for the last time. He's well and truly ahead by miles.
Yeah. What a race. What a event. What a spectacle that we've had here. And I'm glad that you were here to join me for the entire 8 hours, Amo, because I am completely and utterly fatigued. And I don't know what it must be like for these drivers.
Oh, certainly, especially that they have to go through 8 hours together as a crew and try to work out each other's stints. I know I had to work out in the middle of the night when I found out that one of the drivers, can't name names, okay, well, it wasn't Simon, of course, decided to just say that, may not be able to make it to race, so it was quite a last-ditch effort to get the car onto the grid. And luckily, Sharik did make it and qualify the car. It's just unfortunate he couldn't stay for long, as is some of the other teams that have actually dropped out of the 24 that started this race.
Yeah, in the end, we will end up with a 21-car finish. It will take some time for all these cars to end up crossing the line, of course. Just at the very end, Yalong here serving a drive-through penalty, P3 in class, but still a considerable amount ahead of his competition in order to maintain that lead. You can see that he is serving the penalty as we speak.
But enough about that. Coming across the start-finish line pretty soon. Out of the final corner is Muhammad Tasbih and AR Muhammad Alif to win the final round of the season. Weaves across the line slowly and just gives the full wellies across the line to give a bit of a burnout and win round 5 and presumably, we can say provisionally, the championship, Damon.
Yeah, and it of course does have to come down to calculations, which we will be doing in a bit. Of course, my mouse may be extremely reliable, but we have to wait for the official results to come in, but he must be really happy with that result.
Absolutely. And speaking of results, here is P2 coming up pretty soon with Russell Reyes and JMX Phantom with his teammates Alex Ray Cruz and Dafa Nabil. Well, I don't know what else to say for them. It's to be bitterly disappointed towards the end that they just miss out by virtue of the fact that points are on for a lot. There's a bit of a slide there. Reyes, he wants to light the wheels out across the line, take second place then, but based on our calculations, maybe for not, because it's second place for him and his crew, but he'll be delighted at another podium to add to the collection here for the Indonesian team. Third place will be Paul Britt, who'll be coming across the line very soon. There he is now. He's going to come across the line to take third place at a well-deserved podium after, despite the trials and tribulations at the start, manages to make it podium in the end.
Yeah, congratulations to all these drivers for finishing the top three. Nabil Aslan, of course, is about to cross the line very, very soon. Won't be too particularly happy with the result. P4 in class does mean his team is out of contention for the race here. We will be cutting to an interview shortly with our race and potential provisional championship winner, Muhammad Tasbih, in just a second as I get him to unmute his microphone.
Yep, Azar comes across the line. Rio Emanuel actually will be on camera pretty soon because he is, of course, driving for the number 77 Team Technocar, so we'll have to let him in as well. Let's see then. Irfan across the line pretty soon. Out of the final corner he goes.
And there is Irfan coming out to the line, winning the Pro-Am class and winning the championship for Team Techno. And what a race he has been for both of these drivers in both of these classes. You can see someone doing donuts on the start-finish straight.
Yep, but now that's what we can get Tasbih on board this time. So let's unmute the mic for both the interviewers and the interviewee. Let's see then. Tasbih, can you hear us?
Hello Tasbih, are you there?
Tasbih.
Well, I think Alif is well and truly awake over in Muncie, Indiana. That's about 8 a.m. over there, I think.
Yep.
Tasbih, can you hear us? All right, Alif, we'll take it with you first. Alif, we'll take it with you first. Have you actually counted the permutations yet, by the way, of how the championship will go?
I think we have, and I don't know. I think we might have won the championship.
Yes, by our calculations, by about 1.5 points.
Exactly. So we just came back from behind and clinched the championship.
Yeah, despite missing one round, you guys clutched it right at the end. So the points on offer in the final round were just too good to be true, and it did turn out that way. So yeah, provisionally now, based on our calculations, you're the guys are the champions. So how does it feel to just snatch it right at the death?
Oh, like, it's just crazy feeling, to be honest. I mean, my brother, I don't know. I think he probably has his audio setting on the wrong. Go change your audio setting, Tasbih, on Zoom. So he's on Discord with me, so I'm just telling him to do that. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it's crazy feeling. I mean, we came into this championship with, like, no expectations. Didn't even do the first round, and won the last two races. Took the championship right till the end, and executed the race well. I think that was perfect execution. We had no drive-throughs. We had 2 cut tracks in the whole 8 hours. And yeah, championship. First time ERGP endurance race, endurance championship for us.
Yep. Captain Clean is a whistle, and still you guys rise. Am I right?
Yeah. And it's me, my brother, my cousin, Amigos racing team. So there you go.
I can hear Amal finally.
All right, now we got Tasbih on board. So Tasbih, you drove for the final duration of that race. Can you tell us through why you guys needed to do a pit stop before finishing the race?
I think that's because of the stint times. It was 1 hour 10 minutes, right? So we had like 8 minutes more, and it wouldn't have fit. So we just short fueled. That's what JMX did, and the rest also did. So I think it was okay. When the rain came, I think that's when we knew the race was gonna come to us. We ran quite a aggressive wet setup, so that's why down the straight we're like sitting ducks. But when the rain came, we knew that the race was gonna come to us.
And going back to the setup thing, it was also the similar concept that you guys went for during Watkins Glen, wasn't it? Because it was a bit more of a wet setup, but it turns out that going wets did pay dividends.
Yeah, I mean, especially Watkins Glen was just a 4-hour race. This is an 8-hour race at Spa. Anything can happen at Spa through Eau Rouge. So we decided to, put on more downforce. And whenever we had periods where the track was like half wet, half dry. We were like 2 seconds a lap quicker than the rest of the grid, so it really paid off going for the wet setup. And you should thank Alif for that. He's the one who masterminds these setup things. I just do the driving, so yeah.
Nah.
I think he's trying to take the compliments, but he's just way too late right now, aren't you?
Yeah, it's just super happy because I think we did the stints equally. Like I did the first four and Tasbi did the second four, and it was just us just going every lap, just pedal to the metal. We had Nakib chasing us. We had so many drivers like on our tails, and just so glad that we executed it really well. And yeah, champions.
Absolutely. And go take a well-deserved rest. I think it's a Saturday morning over there. Maybe you can just call it a day,
Yeah,
Sleep
no,
over
I've
for-
not slept the whole night, so yeah.
Well, at least it could boost your immune system right now, knowing that the championship is now in the bag. So Alif, take a well-deserved rest. Tasbi, congratulations as well to you. To Alif as well, congratulations for winning the championship and the race. What a way to finish off the season.
Thank you, Emo and the guys for the championship and the
Thank you.
commentary. It's been top tier, so thanks, guys.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Cheers.
So,
Now then.
shall we move over to the Pro Am class?
Yep, we'll move over now to Rio Emmanuel, who's been waiting. I think he's eager to talk to us right now how his particular championship went. And nice collection of football jerseys in the back. I can see Japan and Croatia
thank
right
you.
there.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Rio, I don't know if you could get your teammate Irfan on board here, but you can talk on behalf of him. So, how is it to be Pro-Am champion? Because it's without shadow of a doubt that you guys actually got the Pro-Am championship.
It's actually a very unexpected championship for us because we just came to the championship without any big expectation. We just joined the championship for just another experience for us because this is actually my first endurance championship for me in ACC. So yeah, it is been a very roller coaster championship from the first round until the last round. We got a very bad result from I think on the fourth round and the third round, and we need to drop some points there. But yeah, on the last race here in Spa, it's a roller coaster again because the weather is really unpredictable. We need to set on the setup, and then on the race we got the drama on drive-through penalty because of the incident earlier. But yeah, we came through, and yeah, I just can't say anything else. I'm just so happy.
Cheers, and thanks, of course, for coming along for the interview. I know that you might be lost for words right now, but you guys executed just like what Alif and Tasbi say. It was a brilliant race where, despite the early setback, it's a good recovery drive and clutched it right in the end. So definitely class of the field. We'll definitely can't wait to see more of you guys next season. And once again, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the RGB team for the championship that you gave. Thank you.
All right, cheers. Right, that's the last of the interviews done for the entire season for ERGP. Well, any final words before we go off for good?
For me, for good. We're going to be here next season.
For good for endurance.
Okay, for endurance, yeah. Okay, sure.
Yes,
if you say that, okay, right. You say for good, like I'm going to go away forever.
No, for endurance. We just end it off.
Okay.
Sign it off.
Right. So, can't wait for future installments of endurance. Assuming we do get it, probably we start next year. I just want to see another high quality season filled with amazing drivers and amazing strategies, and of course the tracks. We have to talk about the tracks. We had Bathurst, we had Watkins Glen, we had Kailami, and now finishing off at Spa. I don't suppose we should do that again next season.
Yeah, but it's just a high quality list of circuits. But I hope that when ACC releases some new content, we get to use on them. But I think that's pretty much the nice way to send it off.
Yep.
So, without further ado, it's goodbye for now from Amazik, from Damon Shocks Tam. We'll be back next season and next week for Endurance's opposite cousin, the Global Edition, for the final round of that one. So stick around until next week. But for now, it's goodbye.
Bye-bye.